Hi, for those that are arriving early, Kirsten Gloss here. We're just setting up the live stream here. Just going to take a few minutes to get organized. Thanks for showing up early. You are watching netcastevent.com. This is Kirsten Kloss with BizDev Weekly. And, welcome to our first of potentially many live recordings of interviews with business owners here on netcastevent.com. If you're not familiar with what my show is about, we started this about I would say about 2 or 3 years ago, where we began interviewing authors for McGraw-Hill. Chris Hamilton and I were connecting with a representative at McGraw-Hill, and they basically hooked us up with probably about 15 or 20 authors, best-selling authors in some cases, and we interviewed them on a business show, and it was kind of a way for us to create free content for our blogs and for syndication, and basically get ourselves known in the industry just by aligning ourselves with subject matter experts. And it kind of evolved, and it turned into something where we were interviewing some very high-profile people. As a matter of fact, in December, we're actually going to be interviewing Brian Tracy about his new book, about another sales book, essentially, that he's coming out with. We also interviewed Guy Kawasaki, Steve Schiffman, Lon Safko, a few really well-known authors on the topics related to business, related to marketing, sales, some with time management, some individuals that had written books about how to maximize your efficiency on things like Facebook and LinkedIn and all that. All kinds of different great people. But my point is that through the interview process, what you do essentially is you're creating unique content every time you create an interview, and then you can turn that content into all kinds of different things. You can turn it into blog posts. Essentially, you take a video, you record an interview that lasts half an hour, and then you can have somebody ghostwrite probably 10 to 20 articles based on the content that you collected in that interview. As opposed to sitting down and having writer's block, bring in a few people in a roundtable discussion, and you instantly get all kinds of great ideas that then you can then syndicate and send out. So instead of curating information or creating sort of singular content for your business and your niche, what you're essentially doing is you're creating very unique content on a regular basis. And so we started doing that a number of years ago, as I had mentioned, with McGraw-Hill, and then it evolved into Netcast Event Skype interviews, where I started offering the service to business owners pretty much around the world. So that's what this is about, high level. So I'm taking this kind of to a new level now, where what I'm offering essentially is to live stream this broadcast and bring people in for about 30-second slots over Skype, and it's going to be pretty rough cut on the overall show, because we're going to be fiddling around. So you're going to be seeing this kind of like a fly on the wall, somebody that's sort of in the studio watching us as we work through the interview process. So you get an idea of how that works. And then from the end product, the video will become available for viewing by those that participated in the interviews. And I'll have a low-resolution version that you can download, and you can put that in an email for mobile syndication. If you do want a higher resolution version, I do have HD versions that will be available for sale. They will be edited to include just the interview that includes the business owner, but the raw video in I think it's going to be 380p or 280p will become available for just general viewing, and then you can download it and cut it up if you want. More importantly, what this whole idea is, it's all about getting an idea of how the interview process works, going through the process, and seeing that you can actually do an interview on a show like this and make it marketable, make it useful for you. So it's a kind of a bit of an experiment for many of you. It's something, like I said, that's worked very well for Chris Hamilton and me. And it's something that I'd like to kind of extend as a kind of a free handout to build trust with the business community all over the place. Now, I have guests today. We have 8 lined up today across Canada for the most part, so a few in the United States. And, distance is not an issue because this happens over a Skype call. So a few things I'd like to ask you to do. First of all, please let your networks know about this. Share this video. Click the share button here, and you can be watching this obviously in the replay as well. Please do share this with your networks. Let people know what we're doing here, because it's a work in progress. It's an evolution. And the only way for this to really work is to get feedback and get people out there to know what we're doing. That's the first thing, I kind of like to ask you to do. The other thing is try to, during the interviews, try to be, try to speak from memory and from experience as opposed to reading a script. Now, when I invited you originally in to join me, I asked you to write a short biography about who you are. Try to keep it to 60 words or less, and then a series of questions. Now, we won't have a lot of time to ask many questions today because we only have about 30 minutes, but I'll see if I can fit a few in for each of you. But the idea is that when I ask the questions, try not to read from scripts. That's the most important thing. Now, I did send you some instructions on how to kind of work with the Skype process, how to set up your camera. I'll try to help you out here a little bit during this setup here, and give you an idea of where the camera should be positioned and lighting and all. As you can see, my lighting's quite bright here. I have a well lit studio with a nice backdrop. If you're wondering, I'm actually not in the Bow Tower. I'm actually located in a studio in the suburbs. But it just shows you that you can do some pretty creative things with video in this kind of format. Anyways, the actual Skype interviews won't be with this backdrop. It'll actually be with the business studio. I'll miraculously jump over to the blue studio for the interviews. But essentially, that's what you're seeing right now is just a standard backdrop that we have for our other shows. So yeah, there you go. So like I said, you're going to be experiencing this kind of as an outtake, so there won't be a heck of a lot going on in between here. The finished version, obviously, recorded will be, I'll try to timestamp it so that we'll record it from from one spot, and then you can fast forward to where you were in the day. This is going to go on now for about 4 hours. And so essentially, there's going to be a lot of times in between there. There's not going to be a lot going on. You're going to just see us kind of going back and forth with the guests, trying to organize their cameras and so on and so forth. So if you're arriving at all early, you can go to your Skype account. You got my account number. We'll be participating in a group chat, and that's where I'll coordinate everyone, and then I'll invite you into individual private interviews afterwards, and that will start the Skype interview process. So you can ask questions in the Skype chat. For those of you that might be watching live on the stream, you can always ask questions in the comment form on YouTube. That will be available. I'll answer comments and respond to you even after the video is over. So feel free to do that. Oh yeah, of course, it's YouTube. Please like and share my YouTube channel. Subscribe to my channel. I post videos there from other businesses. It's always great to give people a chance to get some exposure. If you do see videos that come through Netcast event, you think they're interesting, please do share them with other people. This is about sharing. This is about collaboration. This is about community. And what I'm trying to create here is a community of business people who want to get their name out, get their information out, create dialogue, and so on and so forth. So we're at 12:30 right now for a timestamp, 12:34 actually, and our first interview will start at 1 o'clock. Who do I have first here? Michael Cook will be the first one that we're going to be interviewing. So I'm just going to wait for Michael to get in. As a matter of fact, I'll just send him a quick message. It may not actually be on yet, but we'll see. Now, I'm just going to adjust my microphone here. If you do have questions about stuff, just go ahead and ask, and I'll be more than happy to answer. And what I might do is I might run a B-roll here. B-roll is just another video that we just run. It's advertising. I'm going to advertise what I do. Of course, it's all about exposure, right? So I'm just going to see if I got my mic figured out here. All right. Yeah, let's do that. I will. We'll go to a B-roll. I'll actually play some information about. Let me see what we got here. Let's play this one. Welcome back to Biz Dev Weekly, the business development show. I am Kirsten Kloss, and I'm obviously here with my cohort, Chris Hamilton, the blogger on salestipaday.com. Thanks for joining us, Chris.
Thanks for having me, Kirsten.
So you're the king of marketing, at least I call you that, but you always coin the phrase, always be marketing. Can you maybe share that with our audience?
Well, Kirsten, I think one of the things that you have to take a look at is marketing is very much the lifeblood of driving new business towards your organization or maintaining current clients, obviously, as well. And one of the things that we look at is, on the slide here I have spend 20% of your time marketing. It could be 10%, it could be 50%, depends on where you're at a sales cycle. But I'll give you an idea on this one is, a lot of companies that I've talked to, they will go and have a big sale and they'll all be excited and they're implementing and they're getting this thing going. And then as they get close to closing out this sale and moving on, they go, where's our next business coming from? And you're going, ooh, scratch your head. Wait a second. Guess we haven't been marketing, trying to draw new leads into the funnel here. And so that's the concept that I say is, you really do have to devote a certain portion of your time every day to be marketing your brand, your company, your products, your services, anything that's out there. And, I'm talking specifically as maybe potentially a solo entrepreneur or even a small business. As you obviously get into larger companies, they have their own marketing departments that they can handle this stuff. But this is geared more to the lower end of the market, obviously, or solo entrepreneur. And you really do. You have to invest a certain portion of your day into creating some sort of a marketing process. And typically my day, I wake up in the morning and I just start doing some marketing. Before my kids get up every morning, I devote about an hour of time into it every morning, and then occasionally throughout the day about half an hour to an hour as well. So there's my 20% of my time that's spent trying to continually market and fill my funnel on that one. Any ideas behind this as well, Kirsten?
Well, Chris, I suffer from it too. Going from a task-oriented world of the job market to running my own business, I've found that I always get distracted. And here's a couple little pieces of information or a couple tips I'd like to maybe offer that help me. First of all, when you get up in the morning, the first thing, don't check your email. Mark it instead. That's the first thing, because email will just distract you from what's really important, which is to get yourself out there. The second thing, put up some kind of a reminder in your calendar that always reminds you. If it isn't going to be every day, do it every second day, but make sure you get an alarm bell that says, hey, get out there, do a little bit of marketing. Chris, any last thoughts?
I think, Kirsten, you hit the nail on the head. It has to become part of your DNA. It has to be entrenched in what you do. And as I say, Kirsten's talking here is that, it does not necessarily have to be every day, but make sure that you have a certain portion of time that you spend every week or every month doing this sort of stuff to make sure that you're getting your message out there as well. So I hope you find this information useful. If you want to find out more, click the link below or call us at the number that's at the end of the video.
Our show is our marketing approach. That's our job right now, and that's what we do a lot of. So thanks very much for joining us on Biz Dev Weekly. I'm Kirsten Kloss, Chris Hamilton, of course, here once again. See you next time.
Thanks for joining.
Interesting. I noticed that there was a bit of a double audio in that last one, but get it. Check 1, 2.
I noticed that there was a bit of a double audio in the...
Got a second one. Oh, that's where it is. There we go. Found it. That should help things a bit. Okay, let's test the All right, testing 1, 2, 3. Just making sure that this is working. Cut 2. Cut 3. Video call over my shoulder. Everything good. That's good. That's good. 12 frames a second. We are good. Lower thirds. Perfect. Closing credits. Hi, everyone. So this is what the broadcast is going to look like. This is what the recording is going to look like. So I'll do a quick introduction here. I pick your the bio that you sent me and essentially introduce you. And then from there, of course, you can come in over my shoulder. There's basically where the square is going to be from the Skype call. And we'll go through a process where we'll just do a short interview. I'll add some lower thirds. It will be a blank lower thirds, and we can fill in the details later. And then when we're done, we just go to the final credits, and that's pretty much it. That's how the interview is going to go. Nice and simple. Hi, welcome to the show. Kirsten Kloss here with netcastevent.com and BizDev Weekly. Here we are doing our Skype interviews. We're just setting up here, a few minutes to go here before we get our first interview. That will be with Michael Cook. So thanks very much for watching us today and participating in this live event, this live recording of Skype interviews of business owners. I'm going to basically you'll be watching this as kind of an outtake. You'll be kind of participating in the setup of the interviews. You get to see how we do that. Get to see how we set up the questions and all that good stuff. Gives you kind of a transparent view into how we conduct these interviews on netcastevent.com. Please feel free to share this stream. If you have anybody in your network that you think might be interested in what we're doing, send a share through the buttons in the live broadcast. As well, subscribe to our channel, YouTube channel. And this whole idea of live interviews is about sharing information among business owners. It's a bit of a community that I'm trying to create here, collaboration basically between different business owners to help each other out. So obviously when you do subscribe to my channel and you do see the videos come through that we create, share them with your networks, and if you think that your networks could benefit from the content in the videos, and hopefully others will share your videos back. So that's the whole idea behind the events that we're going to be creating here. So there we go. We're just chatting with Michael right now. Just adjust my seat a little bit here. Gonna just take a break. I think I have one call coming in. No, I'm not going to actually address that call right now, but we'll get to the live interviews in a second. I'm just actually going to connect with Mike, and we'll get started. While we do that, I'll just show you a little outtake here on how to set up your lighting properly. Here, check this out.
There are too many poorly lit face shots on YouTube and the web. Bad lighting is unflattering to your face, and it makes you lose viewers. Thousands of video posts could look 100% better if they only knew a few basic tricks that I'm about to give you. This tutorial will show you the cheapest and easiest way I can think of to upgrade your face lighting and your image on the web. If you'd like a comprehensive tutorial on professional lighting for video, film, and photography, order my Light Like a Pro DVD. This free video is just to show you an inexpensive and quick way to make your web video face look better. Maybe your web videos have one of the following problems: a gray and dull image, usually caused by not enough light or light that is too washed out and the light is coming from too many directions. If the background is too bright or too dark, it throws off your camera's auto exposure and your skin tones don't look good. The light might be in the wrong place, like behind you. A light or a bright window in the scene causes glare. Harsh lighting from a single direct light fixture doesn't look good. So I'm going to show you a cheap and easy way to make your lighting look way better. This will work for any type of camera you might happen to be using. Start with one of these clamp lights. They're very inexpensive, and you can find one at most hardware stores. In fact, any light fixture that points horizontally will do. You may already have one. Try to have your camera at least 4 feet from your face. Then zoom in. Then you won't have any wide-angle distortion on your features. At the hardware store, pick up a bright floodlight, at least 100 watts, preferably 150 watts, with a silver reflector. Most household fixtures cannot take more than about 150 watts. Some can only take 60 watts, so make sure your fixture is rated for the wattage of your floodlight. The fluorescent CFL bulbs are not as good for this. They don't cast enough light. Look for a halogen or tungsten floodlight. If you can only find fluorescent bulbs, use 2 big bright ones with silver reflectors. Now you need something called a diffuser. That simply means spreading the light out over a wider area to soften the shadows to make a more flattering light. One way to diffuse light is to simply bounce it off a matte white surface. We're using a piece of white cardboard, but you can even Scotch tape 4 pieces of printer paper together. That happens to be a good size for this, 17 by 22 inches. You can use a white pillowcase, a white shirt, anything pure white, flat, and not shiny. This white surface will actually be the light source for your face, so you need a way to support that about 30 inches in front of your face. You don't need any special stands, just figure out a way to support this in front of you without blocking the camera. Since this surface will become the light source for your face, the position is very important. It's not right if it's directly over the camera. It should be off to one side. This will give you a slight shadow on your nose so you don't look like a moon face. If your face is wide and round, move this even more off to the side so you get a shadow on one side of your nose. Don't move it too far to the side. You need to see most of the card with both of your eyes. No matter what, you want good lighting in your eyes. The height is the same thing. Raise it above the camera, but keep it low enough that the light still gets in your eyes. You'll need to rig up a way to hold the diffuser in place. Any kind of a stand or even a clothespin on a string will do it. The floodlight will point directly at the diffuser surface, fairly close to it, so you'll need a way to support your light above and beside your head, pointing right at the diffuser. The floodlight should not shine on your head directly. The brightest part of the floodlight should spread out over most of the diffuser. Now make sure that the floodlight does not shine in your camera lens. From the lens, you should not see the floodlight. If you have to, put a piece of cardboard or something to shade that lens. Please be mindful of fire hazards and don't leave this light unattended while it's on. Now the background. Ideally, the scene behind you will be just slightly darker than your face, even if you have dark skin. If you can adjust the light level of the room without casting a strong light on your face, then go for that balance of the background being slightly darker than your face. If you have a light-colored wall behind you, you may not need to add any light to it. If the room is large or the wall is dark, you can add some light to your background. Try not to let your background light hit your face at all. The main thing is, try not to have the background extremely bright or extremely dark compared to your face light. And at the same time, you don't want the background to be exactly the same brightness as the edges of your hair or head. You want to see the edges of your head and hair distinctly, and it looks a little better if the background's a little darker. There are ways to tweak and add to that lighting for a studio feel, but this alone will make your image look very good on the web. If your image looks blue or yellow, check your camera manual for how to adjust your color balance or your white balance. Now just check that microphone. Is there a lot of echo and background noise in your audio? That's very noticeable to your viewers. Having that microphone close to your mouth makes all the difference in the quality of your sound. Well, there it is. You can see how much better that looks than some typical web videos. If you fix your lighting like that, you should get some compliments from your viewers. If you know someone on the web whose videos need an upgrade, pass this video along and help to beautify the web. When you want to take your lighting skills up a notch, my lighting DVD, Light Like a Pro, gives you the tips and techniques for production lighting that are not easy to pick up intuitively, and you will see how to improve your lighting in any situation. Also, the DVD has special sections on interview lighting and lighting for green screen. You can order that DVD tutorial at most pro video outlets, and just go to lightlikeapro.com and you can order it there. If you have questions or comments about lighting, post them on this page. I'll try to check in regularly and answer your questions. See you next time.
Is that any better?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I can't hear back, so it's just I was hearing a bit of feedback.
Okay.
Okay, just gonna get rid of my. Just a second here. Let me just. we go. Okay. Just going to move all this in here. So what's your position at Equicapita?
I'm one of the 3 founding partners.
Okay. You work in financial services, and it's Equicapita Income Trust.
Correct.
And, okay, so the introduction is you have over 15 years experience working with SMEs in general business advisory, executive management, private equity, and buy and sell engagements.
That's fairly concise, I think.
Yeah. Was that what somebody else wrote?
Yeah, we kind of work together offering memorandum just to make sure it captured what we needed.
That's good. Oh, what happened here? There it is. Just want to make sure that we're batching here. All right. Okay, well, let's get this going. Let's try our first take. All right, at the beginning and at the end, I'm silent, but that's just because there's music credits. And then we do the interview, and then at the end there's music credits. But there shouldn't be any issues with audio.
So you'll just close it up with
Yeah.
some kind of snippet at the end?
Yeah. Can you just hold on 1 second?
Yeah.
Hello? Yep. Mm-hmm. You'll have to do that. I can't do that from here. I might have time later, but I don't think I will. Okay, I'll try. Okay. Okay. All right. I'll talk to you later. All right. Bye. Okay. Let's go. So at the beginning there'll be a little silence, and at the end there'll be a little silence, and go as long as you want. I might throw in an extra question if I tweaked on some ideas that you have. Hi, and welcome back to the show. Today, we're joined by Michael Cook. Now, Michael is a founding partner with Equicapita Income Trust. Now, he's joined us today, and we're going to be talking about his industry in general, but let me first talk to you a little bit about him. He has over 15 years experience working with SMEs in general business advisory, executive management, private equity, and buy and sell engagements. He's worked with SMEs to improve and grow their operations, implemented financial controls, and he's introduced benchmarking. So thanks very much for joining the program today. It's great to have you on.
Well, thanks so much for having me, Chris, and I appreciate the opportunity.
So let's get right into the details here. First of all, what is micro premise? I'll just cut that out. Sorry. What is the micro premise around your fund's investment thesis?
Well, that's a good question. Actually, we do focus effectively on the sort of underlying macro drivers of any investment idea to make sure that it's robust enough to actually create an opportunity to create reasonable return for investors. And for us, the underlying macro premise is the demographic shift of baby boomers. And we are fundamentally a private equity buyout fund. We're working with the premise of retiring baby boomer business owners. And in order for a baby boomer business owner to retire, they effectively have to sell their business. And this has been referred to as one of the largest generational transfers of wealth in Canadian history. And really what we're looking at is effectively creating an opportunity for some of the best businesses and those business owners to create a liquidity event to facilitate their retirement.
Well, it's actually it's a bit of a crisis from what I understand. I mean, you're talking about in general in Canada, this is the largest shift of business wealth probably in recent probably in history, I would imagine. And a lot of these companies that are run by these owner operators, they're essentially they're going to lose their future. Like that must be quite an undertaking for a company to shift wealth over.
Well, I think that's true, Kirsten. And, this is not just sort of an assumption that we've made that this is something that's going to occur. Some of the leading financial institutions in Canada have recognized this as a great opportunity for private equity funds like ourselves. In fact, CIBC, for one, has estimated that approximately $1.9 trillion of business assets is expected to transfer over the coming years. And we see this as a great opportunity, and it's fundamentally underlying this opportunity, which is the premise behind the investment thesis is there's a supply and demand imbalance. There's lots of businesses that are looking to facilitate retirement through the business succession, and there's really a lack of organized capital, and that's really where we come in and help facilitate that process. But in that process, because there is this supply and demand imbalance, it gives investors an opportunity to access these consistent capital-generating businesses at very reasonable prices.
So are you involved in both sides of it? Are you involved in actually working with the business owners as well as the investors?
Well, effectively, what the essence of our fund is, we believe that at the heart of it all, when it comes to sort of Canada's wealthiest investors, you typically have foundational elements in their portfolio, and that is often a really strong real estate portfolio as well as underlying ownership in private business assets. And our view is, there's lots of opportunity to access sort of real estate asset class, but very difficult to access this sort of private business ownership. So we work with both business owners and investors in the sense that we offer this asset class to investors, and then we work with business owners to transition that ownership.
Okay, so what about the investor itself? I mean, is this only for accredited investors, or is this something that's available for the general public as well?
Well, actually, that's the nice thing about our offering is that typically private equity investments are available only to high net worth people in the industry. The nice thing we're working with is we're working with the offering memorandum of exemption in Canada. We're working with some of the leading exempt dealers, and we provide this investment opportunity even for our eligible investments right down to $5,000. So the minimum investment is $5,000, which is really attractive for all Canadians, really.
And that's you're talking so open accounts and RSPs only?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
And, just to give you a sense for the nature of the investment, the minimum is $5,000, but we also have received a lot of buy-in from business owners that believe in this concept as well. And we go from $5,000 up to $750,000 for sort of the range of investors that have invested in our fund.
Well, interesting product. Obviously, it's touching a very sensitive topic. It's a huge opportunity in the marketplace. I can definitely contest to that. Well, it's great, Michael, to have you on the show. Hopefully, we'll get you on again real soon.
Oh, that's terrific. Thanks for having me. And if I could, maybe just take the chance to just sort of summarize what we do. Effectively, Equicab, we're a private equity buyout fund. And what that means is, we are buying proven, profitable businesses like those owned by some of the wealthiest people in investors' communities. We're streaming the first 10% of cash flow from these businesses to investors. We're then reinvesting in residual cash flow in the form of growth equity upside, which we share with investors. And we do this by using a very minimum amount of debt. So what that gives investors at the end of the day is a share in a portfolio of stable cash-generating businesses with a margin of safety and equity growth upside. We feel that this is a unique asset class and a unique offering in the investment space in Canada.
Absolutely. Well, once again, good to have you on. Interesting product you have there. Obviously, an interesting market and potentially an opportunity. So check out the information that Michael's offering here, and after the show, and maybe follow some of the links. Thanks very much for watching, everyone. You've been speaking with Michael Cook. He is basically working as a founding partner in financial services for Equicapita. Okay, so we're going to do take two here. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the show. Today, we're joined by Michael Cook. He is a founding partner at Equicapita Income Trust. And today, we're going to talk a little bit about a new product he has to offer. But I'd like to first kind of introduce Michael. He has 15 years experience working with small and, wait a minute, what's this? Hold on a second. SME, sorry. So first, I'd like to introduce... First, I'd like to tell you a little bit about Michael. First of all, he has over 15 years experience working with SMEs in general business advisory, executive management, private equity, and buy and sell side arrangements. That's wrong, isn't it? So I'll do it from the top. Michael has over 15 years experience working with SMEs in general business advisory, executive management, private equity, and buy and sell engagements. He's worked with SMEs to improve and grow operations, implement financial controls, and to introduce benchmarking. He also has a BCom from 1993 from the University of Manitoba. He's a chartered accountant, set that up in 1999, and a chartered business evaluator in 2002. Well, Michael, thank you very much for joining us today. That's an interesting history, but I'm more interested in looking forward to your new product.
Well, thanks for having me on stage. I'm really looking forward to it, and I appreciate the opportunity.
Okay, well, that's now let's just get into this. So, first of all, what is the macro premise around your fund's investment thesis? That's a big statement, but maybe you can summarize that in a short show here.
Sure, and that's that we're really focused on Equicapita is really of no news to anyone that even just sort of walks around the neighborhood and just listens to the news. We're dealing with a massive baby boomer demographic shift, and we refer to it as the opportunity to invest in one of the largest generational transfers of all in Canadian history. So what we're looking at is effectively our baby boomers that are looking to retire as they approach retirement age. A lot of these baby boomers own very nice private companies. Equicapita is looking at this opportunity and saying, there's an opportunity here to access these great businesses and stream that cash flow to investors. So we're creating sort of some liquidity opportunities for these business owners as they look to exit the businesses and move towards retirement. That's effectively the underlying premise of our fund.
So the business owners are actually either they want to retire, or they want to downsize, or they want to transition out of their businesses. But finding a buyer is really quite difficult, especially considering the state of the market. So you're facilitating that for the business owner. Is that correct?
Well, that's right, and really what we found is, there's a great deal of, business owners looking for diversity. For example, it's estimated that there's approximately 1.9 trillion businesses looking to change Canada over the coming years. And then what we're seeing is there's lots of business opportunities that we're seeing. And unfortunately, not all of them are suitable investments. And that's where we come in. We go through the process, assess the business, each one we see, each opportunity we see, and we're selecting only the best businesses that fit our criteria and buying those businesses on behalf of our investors.
So, what is the fundamentally? What is the investment opportunity for the for those that want to put some money into this fund?
Well, that's a great question. Then we work closely with our investment dealers to come up with what we feel is a unique offering in this space. And our offering is effectively an income offering with growth upside as well. And investors can invest as little as $5,000 through our registered vehicles, all registered vehicles, including RSPs and FSAs, etc.
Yep.
And they get access to a 10% annual priority return, plus equity upside as well, that is shared between investors and founders on a 50-50 basis. So there's a very good opportunity for a nice, stable return generated from long-term cash-generating businesses.
And so what kind of investor qualifies for this? Is this open to anyone or only accredited investors?
Well, we're recommending offering a memorandum exemption in Canada, which is relatively new, and really it gives investors the opportunity to invest no matter what their circumstances are. And we have investors, as I said, from $5,000 up to $750,000. And it gives investors, provided it's suitable based on working with their investment advisor, it gives investors an opportunity to access this otherwise very difficult asset class to access.
And is there a government body or some kind of an overlying body that sort of monitors this investment? Is it like stocks and all that, or how does that work?
We work with Exam Market dealers in Canada under National 3113, and each of the dealers, as well as the issuers, including Eco-Canada, is governed through the securities regulators in each respective province. And we reside in Alberta, so we fall under the securities regulations of the province of Alberta, as well as for every province that we sell securities through the Exam Market dealers. So for us, that's BC, Alberta, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Ontario.
So, what kind of I know you're talking about $5,000, but are you seeing larger companies actually investing in your fund? Are you seeing companies that want to get involved in other companies, or what's the ultimate opportunity here?
Well, yeah, that's a good point. And really, for us, it's true testament to this. We are talking about purchasing great businesses from retiring business owners. And the nice thing that we've had is we've had sort of that reaffirmation of our investment thesis by virtue of the fact that we've had some very successful business owners that have actually sold the business and turned around and invested in our fund. And that gives us a lot of confidence that we're on the right track and approaching this opportunity in the right way. And also, I think, gives investors the sort of reassurance that really sophisticated investors are also investing in this idea.
Well, it's an amazing opportunity when you think about it. This huge transition of wealth, and also it's a human story as well. When you think about all these companies that have owner operators which have to retire, they're at a point where they just can no longer keep the pace with their company. Have all these employees involved, and what's to happen to the future of these people? So it sounds like it's really serving a real need and a purpose in the market today.
Well, I think that's right. I think you hit the nail on the head. And the key point for us is, we're looking at buying long life, consistent cash generating businesses that have management teams in place that have proven that they can withstand the ups and downs in the economy, and that show characteristics of really stable investments. And we're really focused on how we can mitigate risk in the investment. And that's one of the foundational elements. So we're looking at buying businesses that have been around a long time and have really proven that they can generate cash flow over the long term. So we're looking at long-term track record, strong income management. We're looking to do structural transactions in such a way where there's deferred consideration on behalf of the party business owner to ensure that some of that expertise is transition and the relationships are transition. We're also using a very low level of leverage in our fund, and we deploy and employ a very disciplined investment approach. Today, we look at about 70 business opportunities for about $500 million, and through our investment screening process, really only 5 or 6 come through that fit the criteria for us.
Well, it sounds great. So, well, first of all, how does somebody start, and how do they get a hold of you, and how does this whole process move forward?
Well, if they are interested, they can contact me directly, and I will connect you with one of our exempt market dealers and one of their exempt market dealers, and then we will make available to that petition for all of the necessary offering memorandum documents and subscription agreements, etc. And that can be facilitated on that basis.
That's great. Well, again, Michael, thanks for joining us. It's good having you on the show. Hopefully, we'll get you on and for a follow up on some of your some of those acquisitions that you're involved in. We've been speaking with Michael Cook. He is one of the founding partners of Equicapita Income Trust. You can check out their website following the show, or you can also contact him at 403-681-5378. Thanks, everyone, for watching, and stay tuned again for our show real soon. Have a great day. Where you're kind of once you get a little flow and you start to understand how it works really well. So fantastic. We are on air, so just so you know, and it's good to have you. So I'll what you'll see is the entire video for today will be uploaded on the server, and actually it'll be on YouTube. You'll be able to download the standard resolution version and review it, and then obviously if you just decide what you want to do after that point. Okay, thanks, Michael. Have a great day. Cheers. Okay, interview 1. So, who do we have second? Brad Macbeth. Let's see if Brad's available. There he is. All right. While we're waiting for Brad, I'll just I'll run a little bit of video here for everyone. If I can find it. Here it is. Welcome back to Biz Dev Weekly, the business development show. I am Kirsten Kloss, and I'm obviously here with my cohort, Chris Hamilton, the blogger on salestipaday.com. Thanks for joining us, Chris.
Thanks for having me, Kirsten.
So you're the king of marketing, at least I call you that, but you always coin the phrase, always be marketing. Can you maybe share that with our audience?
Well, Kirsten, I think one of the things that you have to take a look at is marketing is very much the lifeblood of driving new business towards your organization or maintaining current clients, obviously, as well. And one of the things that we look at is, on the slide here I have spend 20% of your time marketing. It could be 10%, it could be 50%, depends on where you're at a sales cycle. But I'll give you an idea on this one is, a lot of companies that I've talked to, they will go and have a big sale, and they'll all be excited, and they're implementing, and they're getting this thing going. And then as they get close to closing out this sale and moving on, they go, where's our next business coming from? And you're going, ooh, scratch your head. Wait a second. guess we haven't been marketing, trying to draw new leads into the funnel here. And so that's the concept that I say is, you really do have to devote a certain portion of your time every day to be marketing your brand, your company, your products, your services, anything that's out there. And, I'm talking specifically as maybe potentially a solo entrepreneur or even a small business. As you obviously get into larger companies, they have their own marketing departments that they can handle this stuff. But this is geared more to the lower end of the market, obviously, or solo entrepreneur. And you really do. You have to invest a certain portion of your day into creating some sort of a marketing process. And typically my day, I wake up in the morning and I just start doing some marketing. Before my kids get up every morning, I devote about an hour of time into it every morning, and then occasionally throughout the day about half an hour to an hour as well. So there's my 20% of my time that's spent trying to continually market and fill my funnel on that one. Any ideas behind this as well, Kirsten?
Well, Chris, I suffer from it too. Going from a task-oriented world of the job market to running my own business, I've found that I always get distracted. And here's a couple little pieces of information, or a couple tips I'd like to maybe offer that help me. First of all, when you get up in the morning, the first thing, don't check your email. Mark it instead. That's the first thing, because email will just distract you from what's really important, which is to get yourself out there. The second thing, put up some kind of a reminder in your calendar that always reminds you. If it isn't going to be every day, do it every second day, but make sure you get an alarm bell that says, hey, get out there, do a little bit of marketing. Chris, any last thoughts?
I think, Kirsten, you hit the nail on the head. It has to become part of your DNA. It has to be entrenched in what you do. And as I say, Kirsten's talking here is that, it does not necessarily have to be every day, but make sure that you have a certain portion of time that you spend every week or every month doing this sort of stuff to make sure that you're getting your message out there as well. So I hope you find this information useful. If you want to find out more, click the link below or call us at the number that's at the end of the video.
Our show is our marketing approach. That's our job right now, and that's what we do a lot of. So thanks very much for joining us on Biz Dev Weekly. I'm Kirsten Kloss. Chris Hamilton, of course, here once again. See you next time.
Thanks for joining.
Okay. All right. Let me just setting up your questions here. All right. Okay, so, all right, I get it. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so I've got your questions. Yeah, I think we can work with this. So, okay, so how this is going to work. First of all, I have to set up your camera. So let me do that now. There we are. It looks good on camera. Perfect. Centered. And I got to fix one. So have you done any interviews in the past?
Not for a long time.
Not for a long time? It's pretty straightforward. Just as long as you're doing it from, as long as you're not reading a script, you'll be fine.
Yeah.
Okay, right now I'm just setting up the video so that the two of us are the same size. And you don't look like you're going to be too large on camera. And let's see how that looks. There we go. All right, I just want to get rid of cable here. Okay. Hi, and welcome back to the show. Today we're joined by Brad Macbeth. Now, he is the president of Macbeth Mick, an investment service. He's a financial advisor. He's been so for the past decade. He brings a complete array of investments to clients. And in 2012, Brad started Macbeth Mortgage Investment Corporation to deliver consistent returns to investors. Well, Brad, it's great to have you on the show today. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks. It's great to be with you, Kirsten.
First of all, let's just look a little bit into the industry as a whole. We've been hearing a lot about private equity investing in the past few years. Tell our audience a little bit about private equity. What's it all about?
Well, private equity, simply stated, is the kind of investment you don't normally hear about if you are what I refer to as a retail investor. So, for example, public equity, like stocks, mutual funds, segregated funds, and then those traded daily and they're widely available. Private equity is just that. It's not traded publicly, so you have to seek it out through an advisor. And it's sort of just direct investment in specific businesses.
And why should people be interested in private equity?
Well, we've seen over the last, really since the turn of the millennium, since the year 2000, public markets, whether it's the Toronto Stock Exchange or competitive indexes like that, have really been very flat, gaining 1% return with really an extraordinary amount of volatility. You might recall in 2008, a lot of people invested in the combat for 4%. Yeah. So, what the private equity sector does,
Hold on. Your audio just hold on. Hold on. Just let the internet catch up. For some reason, your internet connection's a little sketchy. Okay. Start from the top of that one. Just go right from the top. I'm just going to change the scene and just start answering that first question. Why should people be interested in private equity?
Well, the thing about private equity is it doesn't fluctuate with public markets. So, for example, when Greece decides it's not going to pay its debt, I can't tell you why a stock like Canadian Tire goes down. It doesn't make any sense. One has a little to do with the other. But the emotion of those markets is what drives a lot of the ups and downs, volatility. So, with private equity, you're just directly investing in a specific business, and that business performs, and you get a piece of profit from that business.
And why isn't private equity more mainstream then in the marketplace?
Well, private equity hasn't been easily available to retail investors until recently, just over the last couple of years. It's been becoming a very big component of large investments. So, for example, people running major pension funds and that kind of thing, some of them have moved to a position of as much as 50% of their investment is private equity. Well, now, with the development of what's called the exempt investment market throughout Canada, retail investors honestly can get access to private equity.
And what kinds of investments are available for private equity?
Well, they come in a variety of forms, and essentially everything from systematic you could invest in. I've seen some very exotic stuff. But the mainstream private equity investments are things like mortgage investment corporations, real estate investment trusts, and limited partnerships, among others.
And tell us sort of an example of some of the private equity investments that you're offering in your business.
Sure. One that I've clients into is a real estate investment trust. Basically, it's a business that owns a whole bunch of apartment buildings. The income that they get, of course, is the tenant that their tenants pay, and they give a share of that profit to the investors.
Well, it's good to have you on the show. It's always good to hear about a different style of. Now, you know what? I'm going to close with a different way here. Hold on.
I didn't really answer the question about Mortgage Investment Corp.
Oh, okay. So you want me to say what is the Mortgage Investment Corporation?
Yeah.
Okay. So before we go, Brad, tell us what a mortgage investment corporation is all about. What is it?
Mortgage Investment Corporation, which is what we set up about a year ago, we take investors' money and we lend it out to borrowers, and we secure those loans with their property. Mm-hmm. So it's primarily residential. It's governed by some special tax laws in Canada, which means it is exempt from taxation. So it actually gives a better return with less volatility than a lot of investments. So we take investors' money, we give them back about 80% annually, paying quarterly dividends, and that income all comes from our borrowers who are making interest payments regularly.
Sounds pretty clear. So it's good to have you on the show. Hopefully we'll get you on again real soon to kind of give us a follow-up and an update on your success working in this whole new arena.
Thanks very much, Kirsten. It's great to be with you.
We've been speaking with Brad McBeth. He is the president of the investment service, McBeth MIC. You can reach him at 250-448-4817. Well, thanks everyone for watching, and stay tuned to the show again real soon. Take care now. Okay, take two. Hi, and welcome back to the show. Today we're going to be talking about private equity, essentially, and MICs and various other subjects with a special guest, Brad McBeth. He's coming to us from McBeth MIC. Brad, thanks for joining us. Well, I want to give people a little bit of an overlying idea of what you're about. First of all, you're a financial advisor. You've been so for the past decade. Well, Brad brings a complete array of investments to clients. And in 2012, Brad started his company, McBeth Mortgage Investment Corporation, to deliver consistent results to investors. So consistency, that's what it's all about, I guess, in today's market. Well, let's look a little bit into this whole idea of private equity. We've been hearing a lot about it in the past few years. Tell us, what's it all about?
Sure. Private equity is simply about non-public investments. So, for example, most people are familiar with public investments like stocks or mutual funds, segregated funds, those kinds of things. They trade regularly and daily, and they're available very widely. Private equity is, in some ways, more like what you would have thought of investing many years ago. That is, you're just directly investing in a specific business or concept, and as an investor, you get a portion of the returns for that. The investments don't trade on public markets, so you have to get them through a specific advisor.
Got it. So why should people be interested in private equity? What's the important? What's the unique value proposition there?
Well, private equity has grown dramatically in the last number of years. We've seen since the year 2000, the public markets have not grown well. Really, if you bought the TSX index or the Dow Jones or something like that in 2000 and just hung on to it through all the ups and downs, you only gained 1 to 2% year over year right now. And that's with a dramatic downturn in 2008 where investment would have dropped 40%.
And isn't private equity? Why is it's kind of new? It's not really in the mainstream. Why is that the case?
Sure, it's private equity is widely available to institutional investors. So, for example, pension funds kind of thing for many years. But until recently, private equity investing wasn't readily or easily available to what we call retail investors or the street. Until the formation of the exempt securities market a couple of years ago. So now it's starting to go to the average investor and some of the order to those investors who banks stated that they have to see a particular private equity or exempt market advisor.
Got it. So what kinds of investments are available in the whole private equity space?
Well, really, everything from soup to nuts, that's some pretty exotic stuff. But the conventional kind of thing that you see, the real mainstream stuff, is like real estate investment trusts, limited partnerships, and mortgage investment corporations or a mix.
And what kind of private equity investment are you offering in your business? Where are you focused on?
Well, for my clients, limited partnerships and certainly real estate investment trusts. Just to give you an example, that over the last 20 years, the return goes at 17%. And even through the real downturn in 2008, that particular investment only managed very slightly 100%. But our main focus now has been on the mortgage investment corp, which we started a year ago. And so we're just a conventional mortgage investment corp, which is specially lending with some great tax treatment because of government incentives. And what we do is we just take investors' money and we lend it out to borrowers secured by their property, whether it's residential property, apartment buildings, or commercial and industrial buildings.
Got it. Well, it's great to have you on the show. It's good to demystify the world of private equity and mortgage investment corporations. Brad, thanks for joining us today.
Thanks very much.
That's great. Well, we've been speaking with Brad Macbeth, and you can check out his website at macbethgroup.com. He is with Macbeth Mick. Thanks, everyone, for watching, and stay tuned for the next show real soon. Have a great day. Okay, we got Brian Howard. Number 3 today. Let's see if we can find Brian. There's Brian. Oh. There we go. How long are we into this? 2 hours and 3 minutes. Okay. There we go. We got Brian on. Hey, Brian, how you doing? There he is. There's the man. There he is. How you doing? You're actually you're wearing a fancy tie. I'm used to seeing you at networking events. I'll let you set up. You got a few minutes here. Okay. I think so. You're. I just. That's actually not bad at all. I'm just going to adjust the size on my side here. As long as you set it up and you're all centered, we're good. Perfect. I'm just going to make your video just a bit smaller on my side. Welcome to my crazy gig. There we go. That looks like a really, that looks like headquarters there. Can you, what was that? If you know what I would suggest? I would suggest tilting the camera a little bit away from that wall with all the papers on it, unless you're trying to promote Post-it notes and things. Yeah, that would be better. Yeah, I think that'll be better. Yeah. Let me just center this a little bit. There we go. All right, let's see how this looks. Right on. Okay. Calgary Real Estate Guru. All right. Is there any way you can get a little bit more light in front of you? I know you've got a light on top of you, and it's tough to get to kind of fight that. Can you get a small table lamp or anything in front of you? Yep. We got a few minutes. We got 6 minutes. Yep. zoom this one in. That's better. Brian Howard, Remax House of Real Estate, thehowardteam.net. Okay. I think that's perfect because it's diffused light. So put it at a 45-degree angle, and then it'll illuminate your face nicely. That's the way to do it. So while you're doing that, why is listing your home for sale a good idea during the holidays? That's the only question I got here. Is that going to be the premise of this?
Yeah.
Good. Simple. The light doesn't work. That's not good. We got time. While we're setting up the lighting, I'll just play a little B-roll for everyone. Proper lighting techniques. Great little video explains how it works.
Bad lighting is unflattering to your face, and it makes you lose viewers. Thousands of video posts could look 100% better if they only knew a few basic tricks that I'm about to give you.
Hold on a second, let me take a look.
This tutorial will show you the cheapest and easiest way I can think of to upgrade your face lighting and your image on the web. If you'd like a comprehensive tutorial on professional lighting for video,
over to that
film,
one.
and photography, order my Light Like a Pro DVD. This free video is just to show you an inexpensive, quick way to make your web video face look better. Maybe your web videos have one of the following problems.
Yeah, just if it's a spotlight, just put blast it against the wall in front of you, and that'll probably give you enough ambient light that it'll
too bright or
fill
too
your
dark,
face.
It throws off your camera's auto exposure, and your skin tones don't look good. The light might be in the wrong place, like behind you.
There we go. That's getting better.
A bright window in the scene causes glare.
Got to see the eyes.
Harsh lighting from a single direct light fixture doesn't
You have
look
to
good.
see the eyes.
So I'm going to show you a cheap and easy way to make your lighting look way better. This will work for any type of camera you might have.
Are you in your home office or?
Start with one of those
Oh, you're at Remax.
They're very
That's
inexpensive.
way
You
better.
can find
Way
one at most
better.
hardware stores. In fact,
Okay,
any light
good.
fixture that runs horizontally will do.
You can see the
may
difference right
already
in your
have
own.
one. Try to have
Looking
your
at your own
camera at least
yourself
4
in camera,
feet
I
from your
imagine.
face.
Perfect.
Then
Yeah,
zoom
that's
in.
way better.
Then you won't have
Okay.
any wide-angle
And-
distortion on your
Perfect.
features. At the hardware store, pick up a bright floodlight, at least 100 watts, probably 150 watts. with
1,
a
2, 3,
silver
4,
reflector.
5.
Most household fixtures
I'm not
cannot
hearing
take more
feedback,
than
so
about
there's no
150
problem.
Watts. Some can only take
No
60
problem at all.
watts.
Okay, so
make
what I'm
sure
going to
your
do
fixture
here
is rated
is
for the wattage
I've got
of your
everything
floodlight.
lined up. It looks good.
The fluorescent
We're just going to
CFL
start from the
bulbs are
top
not as
here.
good for this. They don't cast enough light.
Just bear with me here.
Look for a halogen or tungsten.
All right. Okay. So, in our questions. So, essentially, I'll just introduce you. It's a bit of a human story. It's about you as an individual, and then I'll let you kind of go from there. To go with the flow here. At the beginning, there's an introduction. There's some music. There's a bit of video that's going to play with audio. So there won't be any. I'll be silent, and then I'll introduce you, and then you can correspond quickly. You can say thank you very much for letting me be on the show, whatever you want to say, and then I'll get into your questions. About why is it important to why is it a good idea to list your home during the holidays, and then we'll go through the details there. We have enough time for a few takes here, so just go with the flow, and we'll see how it goes. How do you feel? Are you ready?
After new active listings, and then the same month for more than almost 11 or so. For example, in April, I think that was a great time to sell real estate. There were 3,100 new listings, but only 2,400 sold. So what does that mean for us? Well, today,
Got it. Okay. All right. One thing I'm going to suggest is try not. I know you're reading from some notes. If you can try as much as possible to keep looking at the camera, because it's not a third-person interview. It's you're straight at the camera because people know that you're in a Skype call. Okay. Yeah, as best as you can. And if you have notes, put it just slightly below the camera. Would probably be best. If that would work for you. And then just going to edit one little thing here. There we go. Good. Perfect. Okay, we'll get started. You ready to go? Perfect. Okay. So I'm just checking the video. Looks good. Okay. Hi, and welcome back to the show. Today we're joined by Brian Howard. Now, Brian works at RE/MAX House of Real Estate, and he's a real estate broker. So, Brian, thanks very much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me on the show. Great to be here.
Well, Brian's been a realtor in Calgary for a while now, and he's in love with his high school sweetheart and an enthusiastic dad and crazy about endurance sport. Of course, RE/MAX House of Real Estate is what he spends a lot of time with. Brian, you know, it's great to have you on the show. It's great to pick your brain a little bit here. Before the show, you were talking a little bit about the timing and when is it time to buy and sell a house. One topic came up is the holidays. Why is listing your home right now a good idea?
It's an interesting question. It's an interesting thought. Coming December, of course, we have less light in the sky. And it's, of course, the holiday season, and it's particularly freezing cold. So a lot of people shut down, actually, not only the buying public and so on, but we realtors. However, at the same time, what's happening is if you look at stats, stats show us that December is a great time to list and sell your property. For example, last year, that's just something for a few years. Last year, I saw that in December 12, there were only 890 new listings for the month of December. Then the same month, 1,100 actually sold. So for every people that are listed, it's sold. And then you think about the traditionally good ones to sell over those days. But you know, people on America, different things, all those, yeah, but spring. So people that they move to the last year, we had 300 new homes on the market and 2400 sold. Only converter. For every 10 homes that are the sales. For listing sales ratio in December is really super high. And basically the rules apply in the end, and there's less supply. And basically less competition, more money in the pocket for our sellers.
So tell me this: is it a psychology thing? I mean, are they spending the holiday? I mean, they're sitting there, they're kind of bored in between Christmas turkey, and then they sit down in front of the computer and start poking around at different houses. And then is that what's happening? And are they actually buying the houses over the holidays, or when is the incubation period for this kind of thing?
That's interesting. Well, another reason is people are actually looking. They just want to survive. Okay, and again, less more survivors on the market, but at the same time, there's less supply that they're really bringing on the market. And so basically, the competition for you, whereas there are, places often have more time to see them, or it's kind of down and then it's like they're private long. And when they're looking up, there's some views for sure, but they definitely don't look for them. They don't want to get into the whole so the
Yeah, they're escaping into the world of owning a new home and enjoying that new place. So it's almost it is incubation. It is waking them up to the opportunities that are out there. Very interesting theory. So great. It's the opposite of what I always thought. I always thought you're supposed to put a house for sale in the spring. I guess that only applies to cars then.
Well, I guess I'm just saying, you're this one, there's no reason to wait until this way, because there's less supply right now, the demand is high. The buyers are more moving during the holidays. They have your home beautiful, they're so on it, the homes are really doing well, and they're really appealing to these emotions. And so again, buyers are going to move during the holidays. A lot of those buyers that we need to actually buy or want to buy are packages. And moreover, particularly the Calgary, a lot of users coming into the province to start a new job. For example, living in January, so they need to actually on the market. The month of December, we're actually So maybe a higher in the home, probably a good idea.
Great insight. Well, it's always great to be speaking with somebody that has some experience, and it's a wonderful idea. Maybe I'm going to put my house up for sale here and over the holidays. If I wanted to do that, how do I get a hold of you? That's great. Well, that's wonderful. Thanks, everyone, for watching. It's great to have you on the show, Brian. We'll get you on again real soon.
Thanks very much.
Enjoy the holiday. Don't eat too much turkey. We've been speaking with Brian Howard. Check out Remax House of Real Estate. Obviously, Brian just gave you his phone number, and check out some of his great tips on buying and selling homes. Thanks, everyone, for watching. Stay tuned again real soon. Bye for now. Going to cut to yeah, there. So I've been doing these for probably, I don't know, about 2 years now, where I just interview companies, and I just thought, you know what, I have this massive list of people that I communicate with on LinkedIn, and I thought, what a great way to just leverage that list, right? So the idea basically is that you, and I'm going to look at the camera while I'm talking because you can keep this for later. Is that when you're, the idea is I'll post these to YouTube, and then people will then share each other's videos. So if you subscribe to the YouTube channel and I post it on the YouTube, what you can do then is other people that are subscribed to it can then share it, and then you share their videos in your network. So you're helping each other out. I mean, so far I've had a mix. I've had a couple financial advisors. I'm probably going to have some health companies and just all different kinds of industries and different people. And it's all about the community of people who get interviews, right? So how this is staged essentially is the whole interview, which is a total of probably going to be 3.5 to 4 hours of interviews. You'll have to find your timestamp. So remember, right now you're at about 1 hour and a half in, probably. So essentially, I'll try to make that easy for you, so you can fast forward to the section, then you can watch your section, and then final edits. I mean, you can download the entire video off YouTube, which it'll be on a very standard definition, like 380p, I think. So it'll be good for mobile devices and small screens. But if you want the higher definition, of course, I can help you with that. We can edit it and do all kinds of different stuff with it, get it out syndicated and do things for you. So that's kind of the idea of that piece as well. So yeah, but the most important thing is get people past the fact that they got to do the interview, and once you're past that part, then you can decide, wow, what can I do with this? Where can I go with this? And that's kind of the idea. So, yeah. So I'll have it ready probably. If it's the syndication promotion, and I've got some. I'll follow up with some information on how to promote this. I can rank the video to be found under a certain keyword term in your geographic area, so that when people search Google, it'll be the only video on the first page of Google. That's one thing I do. Obviously, we can create calls to action in the video to link, hot links to websites. And then there's another thing that I do, which is when people watch a video, I can have banners follow them after the video, so that you can be top of mind for a period of time after they've seen your information. So you can really soft sell on the front, and then follow it up with top of mind banners and different things. And these are all campaigns that I do. And this is just the knowledge capture piece. And for most people, they struggle with knowledge capture. They don't know how to how to create a video and do it professionally. I thought, well, just get that out of the way and let's just do them, and then you can see that you've got a professional video, and now you can do stuff with it, right? Yeah, that's the whole idea.
I'm kind of interested possibly doing a monthly the one past month's review was that.
Yeah, it's a strategy, right? And I mean, I do interviews like I do 1 hour bookings with clients, and we do all kinds of cool stuff like that. You can do probably 5 or 6 segments, and then the other thing is you can get a ghostwriter to write articles, and then you attach the video to the articles, and it just depends on how involved you want to be. You can attach it to an email campaign, and people are far more interested in watching a video and understanding that Brian he's enthusiastic about his family and about endurance sport. I mean, people don't usually connect with people when they read something in a text, where in the video they'll get the idea of what a person's about. Right, and that's the beauty of that. So when you're talking about endurance sport, what is it you do with endurance sport? What's your emphasis there? Is that related to the schools or?
I love to play I'm in this so basically I do a lot of
well, it's fit. That's very fit. That's there's a lot of people that are into that, and then you're aligning yourself with them in that way, right? So I think it's wonderful. So yeah, so that's basically it. Our interview was set for 2 o'clock, I think, right? Brian, you want to do one more interview, a short one?
Sure.
Okay, let's do one more. Have it about them. I'm just trying to think here. Why? How about this? How about this? How do you set a price? How do you know how much your house is worth, and how do you set a price so that how do you position a home for the marketplace? How do you know that you're not underpricing or overpricing your home? How about something like that? Would that work? Or how much is my house worth? And you want to do that? How do you know that you're setting the price too high or too low? That's something that could really benefit them, right? Okay, let's try that. Hi, welcome back to the show. Today we're talking about real estate, and more specifically real estate in Calgary. Very hot market right now. We have Brian Howard on the line with us over Skype. Thanks for joining us today, Brian. Well, you've got all kinds of great stuff. I mean, first of all, you're kind of an interesting guy. You're really into exercise, and you're an enthusiastic dad, and all about endurance sport. It's wonderful to have somebody that's got so much discipline and zeal out there. It's great. It's great that you're into that. But do you apply that same focus on your real estate practice? That's what we got to look at here today. I got a question for you, Brian. If I'm going to be positioning a house into the marketplace, how do I know if my price is going to be too low and I'm going to get burned, or too high and it's not going to sell. And of course, the longer it is on the market, the more unattractive it looks. How do you position a home? How do you price it properly for the marketplace?
That's a great question. Important jobs of the real marketing and managing to get the home prices properly from day one. How to price it properly? Basically, we started by looking at the location. Where is your location? And what are the reasons for selling? So with that in mind, action. Of course, again, the most important things. So, it's just a sector but it's important to get the right price. So, how do we do it compared to analysis? And look at all the decent homes that are active on the market. What is the competition out there? But more importantly, there's we miss is the homes that sold 14 days, 30 days, 60 days, 90 days. It doesn't have to back a whole year or so, but normally the price active is sold at based on those 2 years and 30 and expire anyway. Again, not so it just hasn't been predicted properly. So, see those factors determine selection motivation. That's how we determine the right price. And often, the first 10 days of the listing, the sense of the hit the magic number for the based on the public response to market.
That's very interesting because there's always been those moments. Like actually, just recently, I noticed all of a sudden all these houses up for sale, and of course the market value suddenly popped a little bit, and everyone thought that they could get some money for their houses, and a number of them sold quickly, and then other ones are sitting around. So I guess it has obviously to do with value, but when people see opportunity, maybe they do price their houses a little bit higher. So I guess what you're saying is look back and offer a fair price. I imagine you put a little buffer in there for negotiation, or how does that work?
A lot of questions, realtors we put in the buffer for negotiation. For example, $478,000. Well, the thing would be interested in the process, of course, negotiation. For example, $520,000 to get it would be the right prices. Well, if you list $500,000, you're not missing a whole group of others that are looking for $500,000. The pricing at $500,000 possibly, and in this kind of market that we're looking at right now, possibly today in today's market, you could be $500 by pricing properly, regularly using the sell that, and when knows it's not a much deeper thing about the competition. So recently, just about speaking, and show up about 100, and which is exactly what happened what you see today.
So it's a strategy, and obviously having a qualified, experienced real estate agent really, really does help. Well, it's great, Brian, to have you on the show once again, demystifying this world of real estate for us. Thanks for joining us. We've been speaking with Brian Howard. You can check them out at RE/MAX Home of Real Estate. Brian's website is www.thehowardteam.net. Well, thanks everyone for watching, and stay tuned again for our next show real soon. Bye for now. from a script, and don't look to the side. Always look straight in. Like when you're doing like an interview. I'm just going to switch this over here a little bit here. Because I don't. There we go. Because it's a video playing, so we may as well have people. If you're in a like in a studio and you're or in your home and someone's interviewing you in your home, that's when you look aside, right? You don't look directly at the camera. Then you look at the person who's interviewing you. But when you're on this online kind of interviews, you have to be looking straight at the camera. So that's the other thing. I think after you do a couple of them, you get a little more relaxed, and it should be easier for you because I'm just asking you things that you're familiar with and comfortable with, right? When it's somebody that's not familiar with the subject matter, that's when it gets a little harder to be natural in the sort of that experience. So as an interviewer, I kind of pull a very stiff approach into the interview, but in your case, just be relaxed, and it comes across really well. And it did. And you were also animated, which is great. You know, you got into it, and that's always good. Well, you look. I mean, just imagine that you're looking at just you're. I've been told that you should always be looking at somebody or imagining somebody that you're comfortable and familiar with when you're talking to that person. Instead of looking at a computer screen in my back, you imagine you're talking to somebody that you know, like, and trust. And that's one way of doing it. But I mean, it's just of getting familiar with the process, right? I mean, here we are. We're putting you on the spot. It's like, come on, snap, snap, snap. Let's go. But after a while, it does get a little bit easier, and it didn't. To be honest, it came across quite well. Actually, I don't think it was. I mean, you were a little bit on the spot. You're on a show, right? So it comes across that way that this person's on a show. But you watch it later, you'll see it turned out quite good, and have other people look at it as well. So yeah, no worries. So I'll get it off to you in the next day or so, and you can. Okay, great. Have a great day. Bye now. Cheers. Okay. So this next one is Amber Romaniuk. So let's see if Amber's here. No, I don't have Amber. There she is. Okay, so who do we have next? All right. So I imagine I looked back for some of the other ones today. They were reverbing, like all of the audio from further around. That's odd. Hold on. Let me just listen back to it. I certainly hope not. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Let's just move back and take a look. Thanks, Sean, for the feedback.
You work in financial services, and
oh, I see what you're talking about. The Skype calls are coming in awkward. Thanks for the feedback on that. I'm going to have to look to change. Yep, you're right. Thanks for the feedback. I'm going to see if I can reset this. Skype must be acting up. Let me see here. That's too bad. Sorry for now. You hear an echo. That's just my earpiece. No. No, we don't. We don't record those. They're live cut. I'm going to. Sean, can I just do a quick test call? Oh, I'm stuttering because I'm listening to myself. Let me see if I can get Brian back. It's the Skype call that seems to be garbled. So were all of the angles? I wonder. Let's just take a look here. Darn it. Yep. I'm hearing it too now.
We're going to talk a little.
Darn it. There was good content there too. That's too bad. Okay, let's do a quick one. It's good we caught it after number 4. Too bad I didn't catch it on for number 1. Hi. Because I can hear you perfectly on this one. Oh, no. It's too bad I didn't have anybody else notice that. Hold on a second here. Wonder what happened. Let's see here. Okay, just give me a little bit of audio. Hi, by the way. I see you now. Great. Yeah, I'm going to, I'm going to just restart this because obviously there's an issue with the audio. Huh. All right. There we go. Now we're back. Okay, just want to make sure the camera looks good on all the shots. They look great.
Awesome.
Okay, I'm just going to listen to your audio just for a second and make sure that it's clear.
Sounds good. You want me to just talk randomly?
Okay. Talk to me a little.
All right, so I'm Amber. I own a company called Nourish This Good.
Perfect, yes. Yeah, now we have good audio.
Yay.
All right, you're on the. Luckily, you're after the first four. I got Sean Phillips was listening on the live stream, and he picked it up. He said, there's bad reverb, so that's good. All right, so. Right. All right. Back to normal here. So, Amber, you just put a whole group of questions and comments in the chat. I can't really use those right now. I'm going to use the one that you originally sent me, and we're going to go from there, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, I tried to upload it, but it just kept...
Yeah, there's an error message that comes up, but it's okay.
Okay.
I'm just going to find you here. Amber Romaniuk. So it's Romaniuk?
Yeah.
Perfect. Nourish your life. Nourish this life.
Yes.
Okay. What inspired you to create a gluten, sugar, and dietary-free cookbook? Oh, it's about the cookbook. Okay.
Gluten, sugar, and dairy-free.
Perfect. All right. Let me... Okay. So I'll introduce you, and then we'll try to do two takes here.
Okay.
Unless the first one just we knock it out of the park, then we're good. And let's go from the start. And the beginning, there's a bit. I'm quiet at the beginning. That's because there's some music playing, and then I'll introduce you, and then we'll go from there.
Sounds good.
Okay. Good. Hi, and welcome back to the show. We're joined today by Amber. I'll just do it from the top. Hi, and welcome back to the show. Today we're joined by Amber Romaniuk, and we're going to be talking about her book. She's a nutritionist, and she's come out with this book, Nourish This Life. Amber, thanks very much for joining us on the show today.
Thank you so much for having me. How are you doing?
Oh, it's fantastic. I'm feeling like I need good nourishment here. Well, first of all, you're the owner of Nourish This Life, a holistic nutritionist is what your specialty is. And this book of yours, sort of Amber-approved gluten, sugar, and dietary-free recipes to nourish this life. So you've done this book, and you're also a public speaker. You must know quite a lot about dietary information. What inspired you to get into this business and write this book?
So what inspired me to get into this business was my own kind of journey with my own health and my relationship with food. So what I really find is everyone kind of has their health issues, and either, a relationship that they really can, talk about that they have with food that they love or hate, or they're so disconnected from what they're eating that it's just kind of like we're multitasking throughout the day and we're eating while we're working or on the phone or on the computer, so we're not even really aware of what we're putting in our bodies. So for me, it was digestive issues. I had food allergies. And then I also really had a love-hate relationship with food. I was addicted to things like sugar and gluten, and so I would just start eating it and then just kind of get this euphoric feeling where, the more I ate, the more it just was like I need to have more, so I would just eat and eat and eat, and it just created this cycle of, binge eating and emotional eating, to the point where I gained a really large amount of weight in a really short amount of time, and it just, turned into kind of an obsession. So working through all of that and coming out on the other side and being able to balance my life emotionally, physically, and mentally, I learned that I could create whatever recipe I wanted, but with more natural ingredients. So instead of using white sugar to bake with, I use natural sweeteners like stevia, raw honey, maple syrup, things like that. And I use gluten-free flours. Using non-dairy sources of milk and things like that just made a huge difference. So it inspired me to create my first recipe book. Amber Approved is the brand, and this is the first of many to come. So all the recipes are gluten, sugar, and dairy free. And there's a little bit of everything to just show people that it's easy to make these changes, and you're not going to compromise the taste either, which is a really big thing for a lot of people.
Well, yeah, and I guess the bottom line is it's got to taste good. Otherwise, people will do it a couple times and then they'll just give up, right? It's got to be yummy.
Exactly.
So you yourself have issues with gluten, and is that what's kind of also inspired you to get involved in this book?
Yeah, correct. So I really noticed when I was shifting the way I was eating a couple years ago that when I would eat things like gluten, I would get bloated, stomach ache, get kind of brain fog as well, where I kind of would feel like my head would be in the clouds. So I did a lot of reading and research and really started to kind of connect the dots that, oh my goodness, it's not just me kind of feeling like I'm going crazy. There's actual evidence that, gluten can cause inflammation. It can cause weight gain. It can cause these cravings. It's not proven yet, but there is more research showing that people that have kind of like issues around food and a food addiction, there's just this connection with kind of the same neurotransmitters being excited in the brain as someone would, do like a hard drug and get that exact same kind of high feeling. So to see more of this research and these connections coming out, it's kind of refreshing, because I know people feel really ashamed or they're embarrassed. They don't want to talk about how they feel. So they're kind of stuck in the dark. So to have more resources and people available to help makes a huge difference. And then people can really source that, what you eat can really heal or harm you at the end of the day.
And does it, all this talk about gluten, of course, the industry has gone crazy with, chocolate bars that are gluten-free, and it costs so darn much money. Does it have to be expensive to cook this way?
It doesn't have to be expensive. If you think about it, before, all of these products started coming out, it's really going back to basics. So going back to the garden, your fruits and veggies shouldn't have gluten in them. I mean, if you're going to a restaurant, you may have to ask. But, and then just making sure, buying gluten-free flour is not all that much more. I know it seems more expensive, but at the end of the day, if we're using, good quality foods, we don't have to eat as much because we're getting more nutritional value. So it's not having to eat as much to be satiated and balance our blood sugar. We shouldn't have to spend as much on groceries, because when we're eating things with no nutrient value, we stay depleted. And so our body tells us to keep eating more because it's not getting the nutritional value it needs. So at the end of the day, that chocolate bar might be $1, but if we have to eat 8 chocolate bars to feel satiated, which would be a $5 salad, it just kind of, at the end of the day, it's not really all that much more expensive. And then it's also asking the question, would you put sand in a Ferrari? No, you wouldn't, unless you want to wreck it. So it's like, why are we allowing ourselves to treat our bodies like a garbage dumpster, right? So
well, you're definitely it's a refreshing approach, and it's very interesting idea to focus on issues that are surrounding the idea of an issue with gluten, obviously, and a lot of the problems people have with their diet. You're bringing up some very good points. Well, Amber, it's great having you on the show, and hopefully we'll get you on again real soon.
Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
I'm gonna plug your website here. Of course, it's nourishthislife.ca is the website. Go check it out. We've been speaking with Amber Romaniuk, and an author and a nutritionist specializing in sugar-free or low sugar and gluten-free products. Thanks everyone for watching. Stay tuned again for our next show real soon. Have a great day. Okay, so we're going to redo the intro. Hi, and welcome back to the show. Today we're speaking with Amber Romaniuk, and she's the owner of Nourish This Life. It's a holistic nutritionist. I'm going to redo it again. Today we're speaking with Amber Romaniuk, the owner of Nourish This Life. It's a holistic nutritionist, an author. Owner of I think I'm reading this wrong because it says Amber Romaniuk, owner of Nourish This Life, is a holistic nutritionist. Okay, that's what it is. There's a comma missing. That's what's throwing me off. Okay, I'm going to throw the comma in. I'll redo it. Okay, off the top. 3, 2, 1. Hi, and welcome back to the show. Today we're speaking with Amber Romaniuk, and Amber is the owner of Nourish This Life, and she's a holistic nutritionist, author of Amber-approved gluten, sugar, and dairy-free recipes to nourish this life. And she's also a public speaker. Well, thanks very much for joining us on the show today.
Thank you so much for having me. How are you doing?
Oh, great. Fantastic. Well, what inspired you to create a gluten, sugar, and dairy-free cookbook like this?
So what really inspired me has been my own journey with food and, on a physical and emotional level. So a few years ago, I started to get stomach pains and I'd be eating certain foods and I just wouldn't feel very good. So I kind of started to take matters into my own hands and do research and start reading about how, certain foods, especially that have gluten and sugar, were really impacting my digestion in a negative way. And then it kind of spiraled into more of a food addiction and emotional eating where I was eating to cope with stress and emotions, and it would be foods especially that contained white sugar, gluten, and dairy that would really trigger me to have these crazy powerful cravings and kind of push me over the edge to just continue to eat and eat. And so it just created a vicious cycle of binge eating where I just gained a lot of weight in a really short amount of time, and it just kind of threw my world upside down. So when I started to do more reading and research about how certain foods can really impact the body on a physical, mental, and emotional level, I didn't feel so crazy or like there was something really wrong with me. Because with things like sugar and gluten, you hear a lot of people say, oh my gosh, I can't stop eating sugar. I can't stop craving these foods. So it just led me to start wondering if they potentially, could have any sort of addictive qualities. Things like white sugar really spike blood sugar. And then we have a craving for more because we no longer have that energy that we had for about 5 minutes. So, getting to the other side, I was really inspired to start shifting the way that I ate. So I didn't want to deprive myself anymore. So I was like, if I'm going to do this, I need to be able to make whatever I want in a healthy way, whether it's chocolate pudding with avocados and raw chocolate or banana bread French toast with gluten-free flour and, really good ingredients. So this first Amber-approved cookbook of many to come just kind of has a taste of, 65 of my favorite recipes that I love. So, they support digestion, they keep blood sugar balanced, and people can confidently make them, knowing that they're going to get something that will keep them satisfied and taste really good, because a lot of people are worried with gluten, sugar-free, dairy-free cooking, whatever they choose to do, that the taste will be compromised. But I've had a lot of really good feedback, and it tastes amazing, and you can feel good about what you're putting in your body. So that's why I kind of deemed it Amber-approved. If I can stomach it, it's Amber-approved. So it's just been a really great journey to come to the other side and now be helping people with their eating issues and, relationship with food, because it can be a very intimate thing for us, or it can be a very disconnected relationship. So it's kind of like, what kind of fuel are we putting in our bodies? I mean, that's the question, like, would you put sand in a Ferrari? No, you wouldn't. So it's like, why are we allowing ourselves to put these highly processed, nutrient depleted ingredients into our bodies. So it's just really being aware of what we're eating and why we're eating it, and asking ourselves those questions. And then, are we present when we're eating? So are we eating at the table with no distractions? Are we driving and talking on our phone and eating all at the same time? So it's really just bringing some awareness to that and what our relationship really is with our food, because it can be a really beneficial relationship or a really devastating relationship if we kind of create those habits.
Perfect. So we can cut that into the other one for sure.
Okay.
There you go. That's great.
Awesome.
Fantastic. Okay, we got some good stuff. So I'm going to, I'll post that up there to make sure. Let me just make sure that the audio didn't glitch as it did the last one. Just give me a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Perfect. Okay, we're good. All right, good, Amber. All right, so I'll be posting this up on. It'll be on the YouTube channel in its entirety. Okay, and then you can review it later on, and we can decide what you want to do with it afterwards.
Okay.
So, thanks. I'll send you a link right after. I'll give you an email with all the details on it.
Awesome. Hey, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
No problem. Have a great day. Bye now. Different backdrop, but I'm going to put us back on the business backdrop here. Okay, your video looks good. You got awesome video. Oh, that looks okay. Yeah, it looks okay. We're good. Here, huh? Okay, so everything looks set up. We're good. And I'll just adjust this here. Okay, so now.
So my audio is okay?
I will do a check just to make sure. Audio check. I can hear it fine on my my earbud, but let me just listen to it. Okay, give me some audio.
Hi, this is Sean Phillips from River Road Photography checking in.
Perfect. We are good.
This is so foreign to be on the other side of the camera, I've got to say.
Are you usually behind the camera?
Yeah, well, that's...
The photographer.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Hold on a second here. I got to find you on the list. Do you do video or do you do
Only if I have to.
Yeah, video can be challenging.
No, it's the video editing, honestly, that I don't like.
Well, this is why I get around it. Live cut, man. That's how it works. Let me see here. All right, now I got to find you here.
Yeah, if you want to put a really good quality video together, it can take hours and hours of editing.
Oh yeah. Well, that's where they cost thousands, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so. Okay.
I should probably shut the YouTube off, I guess.
I'm just trying to find your Phillips, right?
Yes, Phillips.
Perfect. Okay. Let's move my mic down a bit. My mic picks up every little detail if I touch the thing. Okay, Riverwood Photography. And let's just make sure that the backdrop looks good. It does. I think I'm going to buy Amber's book. I just about gluten-free food.
Yeah, the gluten-free thing's really popular. I was kind of tuning out because I'm tired of hearing about it.
Yeah, well, I'm tired of looking at the prices. And then when my kids pick up a candy bar and they go, "Can I have this? Can I have this? Can I have this?" I say, "Yeah, sure, whatever." And then it's $4. I'm like, "What? Oh, gluten-free."
Yeah, if you're going to compare it to candy bars and.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so all right. Good. Well, I mean, how this works basically is we just go. You saw you've heard my shtick. Then, if you listen to a couple of them, unfortunately, you didn't hear them. But essentially, I start introduce you, and then we just go with the flow, right?
Yep.
Nice, short little introduction. Perfect. Okay, let's just go with it. Hi, and welcome back to the show. Today we're speaking with Sean Phillips, and he is a photographer for Riverwood Photography. Sean, thanks very much for joining us on the show today. Welcome to our Skype interview.
Thanks so much for having me. It's great to be here.
So, Sean is a... you know what? I'm just going to... I don't like the flow of this. I'm going to do it again. It's okay. We got time. Got a half an hour. Hi, and welcome back to the show. Today we're speaking with Sean Phillips, and he is a photographer. Well, basically, he's a professional photographer who specializes in portrait and commercial photography, including headshots for small businesses and family and children's portraiture. So thanks very much for joining us on the program today, Sean.
Thanks for having me, Kirsten. I'm glad to be here.
You joked actually before the show, it's nice to be actually in front of the camera as opposed to behind the camara. But
I don't know okay. But it's definitely different, that's for sure.
Well, Sean, tell us all. Why does somebody need a professional headshot on their company website or on a LinkedIn profile? Why is that really important?
It's all about trust, Kirsten. People want to know who they're meeting before they meet them. How often do you, as soon as somebody phones you or you get an email from somebody, you flip over to Google and you try to look up their business or their website? Maybe you don't do it, but a lot of businesses these days, that's the first thing they do when a new prospect contacts them. And that's particularly true for business-to-business relationships, but it's even true for business-to-consumer relationships. So if you do have a LinkedIn profile, a company website, and more all the other social media sites, Google Plus is growing in prominence and shouldn't be underestimated. So it comes right back to that trust factor. People want to know who they're going to meet with, what you look like, and that profile picture that they see first is the easiest way to prove that you are somebody that's worth talking to.
Well, people do business with people. They don't do business with products typically, and it is so important to see somebody. And it's funny because in broadcasting here we also it's always about the eyes, right? You've got to be able to see someone's eyes in that. How would somebody want to stage a photograph when they do put something up on their LinkedIn profile, or let's even use the social networks, because LinkedIn, we know headshots, straight headshots. How would you stage something like that for someone?
Honestly, I recommend the same profile picture be used on all your social media sites and on your website as well. It provides consistency across the social networks, and it really allows people to know who they're talking to. Because remember, they're not just looking at you on LinkedIn or Facebook; they're going to see you everywhere. If you have web content on your website, then if people find you on a Google search, they're going to see the picture that Google associates with the name of that author. And that's automatic. You don't even have to do anything to make that happen. So it's really important that you use a great headshot. You use the same one across social media sites, unless you have a good reason to use different ones, which, sometimes speakers and authors will use multiple photos in different situations. But, it doesn't have to be the formal studio backdrop type photo either. It can be a nice shot from outside. It can... Really, you should discuss that with the photographer to figure out what kind of brand image you're trying to portray, and the photographer can help you choose what that look is going to feel like.
So, Sean, what you're saying is you don't put sunglasses on.
Well, if that's your brand, then maybe you do. You might also jump to the conclusion that you shouldn't wear a Hawaiian shirt, but if your brand is all about fun in the sun, then maybe you would. It's really a consultation to figure out what the right image is for you and your brand.
So you're staging your personality, and your personality has to match your product and your service and your offering in general.
Absolutely, and that's true across your branding and your marketing materials, right? It's not just your photo.
Good, solid advice. Well, it's wonderful having you, Sean. If somebody wants to reach you, how do they go about doing that?
The easiest place to find me is on my website at riverwoodphotography.com. But if you're looking for specific information about headshots, you could also find me at calgaryheadshots.com.
calgaryheadshots.com. Well, that's wonderful, and we'll get you back again real soon. Maybe we'll get some more examples of some of your work. It's great to have you on the show. It's always a good reminder to, instead of getting that photo from 1962 or 1975, where you're just out of your teenagers, bring it up to modern time, and I think Sean can probably make that look just perfect on your profile. Thanks, Sean, for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Kirsten. It was
great. And thank you all for joining. Stay tuned again real soon, and we'll learn more about online profiles and learn more about photography. Thanks for watching. Take care. Hi, welcome back to the show. Today we're joined by Sean Phillips. He is a professional photographer, and he's joining us today. We'll be talking about the idea of portrait photography. He specializes in portrait and commercial photography, including headshots for your small business and for family. And of course, he does that wonderful children's photography as well. But today we're going to focus on the whole idea of online photos. First of all, Sean, thanks very much for joining us on the show today. It's great having you, as always, giving some pointers on photography.
Glad to be here. Thanks for having me.
Okay, so Sean, let our audience know, why does someone need a professional headshot for their company website or for their social network like a LinkedIn profile?
It's all about trust, Kirsten. People want to know who they're dealing with, and they want to know that you have a face to your name and that it's not just a box or a brand that they're dealing with. They want to deal with a person.
So it's as simple as that. Essentially, you want to be dealing business to business, business to personal. You want to have a face in front of your product.
Absolutely. And all these social media sites, they display your portrait first thing when somebody looks at your profile, and that extends across the networks. Google even goes as far as associating the author of an article on a website or a blog post or any other content that they can find online in search results. So if you're searching for, say, social media expert, you're going to find that first search result is going to have a picture of that social media expert right beside the article. It's very important to have a good photo that goes along with your brand.
So what you're telling me is if that photo is 15, 20 years out of date, when they finally meet you, they're not going to get a really good impression, or what's the strategy here?
Yeah, that's exactly right. If you're using a photo that doesn't really look like you anymore, or that you snapped with your iPhone holding it out with your hand, people can tell.
Yeah, what do you call them? A selfie.
Selfie.
You don't want to be doing selfies on the internet. Okay, what about this idea of staging a photo where you're looking to the side or you should be looking straight at the camera? What should be the profile for this kind of thing?
You might get a different opinion from different photographers, but for me, I want to see the person's eyes, and I want to see the glint in their eyes. So when I set up a professional headshot, I'm always having the subject look straight at the camera and give us a warm look. It doesn't have to be a huge smile, but it shouldn't be a frown either. We're trying to get right into your soul so you can show your prospects what you really look like and how you are.
So if you were to give one tip for somebody that's out there that's looking to make a good first impression, one piece of advice, what would that be?
Oh, I don't know. You caught me off guard on that one. People are looking online to try to find you. Wow.
You can cut it out. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, we'll have to cut that one out. I wasn't prepared for that.
I thought of stretching it out a little bit. That's okay. All right.
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. It's okay. All right. I got it. I'll cut to this one. So what about if you have a blemish or you're uncomfortable about having a photo taken of you? How do you go about dealing with people like that who, you need to have a picture somewhere? How do you go about that?
So believe it or not, the first thing that almost every client says when they come into my studio is something along the lines of, I hate having my picture taken. So it's my job to make you comfortable and to make sure that you look great at the end of the day. And I can do that in a variety of ways. I'm very good at making my clients comfortable in the studio and around the camera. I make them laugh, I make them smile. And then if at the end of the day when the photo is done, if they see those little blemishes and imperfections, we all have these lines under our eyes and nobody's happy with them. We can touch those up a little bit. Or if you have some razor burn from the morning, you're a little bit too excited when you're shaving, we can clean that up too. I don't like to remove permanent things, but blemishes that are temporary, we'll clean that up for you so you look your best for sure.
Great tips. Obviously, hiring a professional photographer to take care of the most important thing nowadays when it comes to initial engagement is that online experience. Having a good photo makes perfect sense. Sean, great having you on the show again.
Thanks a lot, Chris. It was a lot of fun to be here.
So I'm going to give you a plug here for your website. If anybody's looking for help with their photography, check out Sean's website at riverwoodphotography.com. Thanks everyone for watching. Stay tuned again real soon. Bye for now. Essentially, then this will be live, and it's as you know, it's up there now. So once it's done, you'll be able to download it in I think standard resolution. And then if you want to if you want to do other stuff with it, I'll send you some follow-up emails that explain you stuff we can do with it, and really get it found and get it noticed. But it's just an experiment to see how I mean, just to get to know you guys a little bit, right? And,
Yeah,
and
but it was really
make
good.
some videos while we do it, right?
Obviously, I jumped on it right away when I saw it. It's pretty.
Well, let people know that I'm looking at the camera here because if it is a recording. If you do know anybody that's out there that would like to take advantage of this, just share the finished video with others. Let people know about the Skype interview concept, because knowledge capture is like a real important part of just like the photograph. It's a know, like, and trust thing, right? You're getting to know the personality behind what a company is, and it's a first impression tool. It's informational marketing, essentially, is the way I see it, and let people know about it. And by the way, your camera's excellent.
That's great. Good to hear.
Are you using one of your SLRs?
No, I told you earlier my laptop blew up. I was all set up in my studio with the SLR hooked up and everything, but then Skype. I don't know what happened. The latest version of Skype just.
It just crashed. So you had to go to a different. You had to go to a different computer?
Yeah, a totally different computer.
Oh, okay. Well, it worked out okay. What can I say? Yeah, I'm glad. I have slightly better. I have slightly better than you do. Which is important. I still got to look better than the photographer, right? Except for I got shine. I'll have to do something about my shine. It's starting to show up on the camera if I'm a little too forward. Anyways, I think we're at 3:22. I think we've got enough to go on here for now, and I'll just follow up with an email and I'll let you know.
Sounds great. Thanks a lot.
Okay, great. Thanks for joining us.
Bye-bye.
Okay, bye for now. All right. So, now, who do I have to... let's see if I can do Byron again. Hello.
Hey.
How you doing?
Hey, man.
We're just halfway through. I'm just. I noticed I had my audio got all messed up halfway through, so I had to redo some audio. But we're good.
Who's your next schedule?
I have one in about 7 minutes. I have one more.
That is awesome. I like how you're sitting in your jeans and you got the.
Yep, I've got jeans. I have jeans, and I'm actually broadcasting live right now. So careful with the off-color jokes. All right, so I just did Brad. I just did Brian. My, oh my. So Brad and Brian, Amber.
Did you get my text?
No, I didn't. I had back-to-back.
I had a panic attack.
Oh, dear.
I was down at 40. I was down at Chinook at the quarter after 2, and I thought, oh yeah, I got enough time. So
You ran out of time.
You know, I'm on the way.
Yeah.
And I get onto Crowchild Trail, and it's 2:30 by the time I hit the pull-out for Marda Loop.
Yep.
And the Crowchild Trail's bumper to bumper stop.
Oh, really?
At Marda Loop flyover.
An accident or something.
So I'm like, what in the blazes is going on? So now
Yeah.
I'm going to be late.
No, it's okay. It worked out okay.
Oh, no, and then I took this, so I thought, okay, I'm just going to circumvent this, and I did like 100,000 other people did.
Yeah.
Got off of Marda Loop and went down Richmond Road to 14th Street, and then 14th Street was completely back.
Mm.
I took 14th Street back to Memorial, and then onto Crowchild again.
Okay, let's go on to the next. You get to watch the next interview. I'm just ticked off at myself. I messed up a couple. Amber was good. Brian was.
Well, and then I get to school like about 5 after 3.
Mm-hmm.
And Christiane's I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, I'm late. He says, don't be. My
Huh.
dad doesn't pick me up until
I'm always late.
3:45. I waited for 45 minutes.
I'm always late.
The longest I had to wait was an hour and a half.
No, well, that was after school care. Yeah, that's true.
Okay.
Okay, so Brad, there it is. There we go. So you get to check out the process here.
Well, that's all right. It looks like you got the control room with.
Yeah,
start
well,
behind you.
I've got the proper cameras, the proper items going on here. Hey, how you doing? Can you hear me? I'm not hearing anything. I'm not hearing any audio. Oh, now I got you. I hear you now. Hold on. I just want to make sure I can hear you properly.
Can you hear me okay?
Hold on. Talk a little bit more. Say a couple more words.
Test.
Oh yeah, you've got some weird stuff happening with the audio. Can you you can't hear me?
Hear you.
No, there's something with your audio settings. I'll type it. Can you see that? I'll turn on this. Back in a second. Can you see? Can you hear me now? Nothing? Let me see. Settings. Can you hear me now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Check 1, 2. No. Settings. Got to go to settings. Let me try this. Call me. Did you see that?
Skip on the phone.
I'll dial it out here.
Four 3 629 910.
Got it. Yeah, I always have jeans or shorts and then a nice tie.
I love your please stand by background.
Yeah, can you believe it? I got up and hopefully he can follow me. Oh shoot! I just hung up on him. Yeah, call him back. There we go.
Hello.
Okay. It's. Are you on a Mac or a PC?
PC.
Okay, so there's. It's probably as simple as your settings. In your audio settings, there's actually, if you go to, I think it's under File Settings or something like that. there's a configuration for your for the audio settings, and it's probably just clicked onto something other than your earphone, your external speaker.
Well, I was already in settings because I actually set it. I've got a Samson Studio type mic.
Right.
So I set it so as my main mic is on that.
Uh-huh.
And then in terms of sound or playback, playback it's set as Realtek. It's set to be going out through my computer speakers.
Yeah, and you've got an earpiece on, right?
Well, I've got an earpiece on phone.
Okay, so that's not that. All right. Something. I've just gone through 4 and they could hear me fine, so I'm pretty sure that I'm sending audio. So the only thing I could say is to do a restart on Skype, and just see if you can get it to run that way. The other thing I noticed is your video is really overexposed.
Yeah.
I don't know if you noticed that, but there's a setting in there to actually configure your audio and video settings. You might want to go through that process as well, because there's something going on with your video. Because there's no point in doing this if your video's like this, because you look like you're in witness protection program, right? So.
Okay. Yeah, let me shut down Skype and I'll restart it.
Yeah, I would say just do a reboot of Skype and see if that solves it, because usually it's something audio. If there's anything else running in the background, just do a Control-Shift-Escape, and then just see if you can turn off any other devices that might be sharing your audio, because that's the only thing I can think of. Maybe also just go to a YouTube channel and just play a video and see if the audio is playing back properly.
Actually, what's weird is I can actually see the meter going as you're talking on my computer. So talk some more.
1 2 3 4 5. 1 2 3 4 5. 1 2 3 4 5. Check.
Okay, this is really weird because I can actually, as you talk, I can see it going on the Realtek. I can see it going on the output.
Yeah, in the settings, pick another setting and then close it, and then come back and select the setting again. Just go back and forth. Sometimes it's a digital glitch, right? It's a desktop, I imagine.
Actually, I'm going to see if I plug it into the audio jack on my computer comes up.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, I know what's going on.
You got something figured out?
No,
I can hear something now.
Well, you can probably hear through my mic.
Okay.
But what's happened, this did it before. When I use, on this computer, when I use a USB mic, it tries to run my audio and my mic through the same, like as a headset. And I've done the configuration 3 times, and it still doesn't work. So
you know what? Let's just use the cell phone. I'll just leave the cell phone on. So we'll be fine with that. Just put, use the cell phone and as a playback.
I mean, if you can hear me okay on my mic, that's fine with me.
No, I can hear you fine. It's fine. The only thing, we're gonna have to fix your
Fix
video.
my video.
Yeah, the video. There's got to be a camera setting because.
Well, this stupid camera is supposed to have a right light feature, and
again, a configuration. Personal confuser. Sounds like a plan. Yeah, okay. Good. We're all good. It's all we got time here. It's got you on hands free.
Wonky is this thing says it's set for automatic.
Hmm.
But in a manual mode, it's actually really overexposed.
There, and it's usually just a setting somewhere inside the software, right? Like even in Skype, you should be able to get in there and adjust the video. Okay, so I just got to find your text here. Brad. There you are. Go mentor.
Yeah, that's better.
Oh, hold on. Gotta have you. You know what? You'll probably hear me now. There we go. Oh, that's better. You know what it probably was is that when it called, it set automatically.
Well, actually, if I turn it on automatic, it does this. And when I turn it off automatic, and I do it myself, I can set it to...
Oh, good. Yeah. So set it so that it's just right. A little lower, just a bit lower. Yeah, that's better.
How's that?
That's good. That works. Do you have a light behind you? Is that a light on the wall back there?
You have to touch it on.
Okay, because if you move the light to the side, create a little bit of backlight, there won't be so much contrast between you and your backdrop. It might be better. Okay, so let's bring this back. Yeah, that'll give it a little bit better. And then just turn your camera slightly sideways. Yeah. There we go. That's better. And then it doesn't. Yeah. Then there's not so much contrast. And then yeah. Right. Perfect. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. You're not able to hear me either, are you? Still not able to hear me.
Not through the computer. No.
No. Okay. All right. I'm going to take you off the speakerphone. And. I can't hear you. No. Whatever that USB, the USB doesn't seem to be working all that great. Yeah, I'm not getting anything there.
Just recording a little. Okay, how about now?
No, I'm not getting any audio. I lost your audio completely.
Oh, great.
Yeah. Video's good. It's just.
Come on.
Let's see if it works this time. All right, I hear something. I hear clicking.
Okay, that's me and my mouse.
No, you're garbled. It's not. No.
It's not working properly?
No, it's not. It's. I'm getting little snippets of noise, but it's not. It's not streaming. There's something wrong with that USB setting. That's odd.
That's the other thing. The one thing that works best on this computer is I've actually got a headset.
Yeah.
But it looks a little funny.
The headset is that audio and video?
Yep. Well, actually, it's.
Excuse me, audio and mic. So use it just for the mic. We'll just use it for the mic, and that just plugs right into the computer. Check 1, 2. Another problem? There, now I can hear something.
Microsoft wants me to restart Windows to use this headset.
Thanks, Bill. Was it a USB plug-in?
Yep.
That's what it is. I mean, you can go ahead and reboot. It's fine.
Holy shit. This is ridiculous. I'm almost tempted to go onto my notebook and do it off my notebook.
Might be a good idea. You might get better audio and video. You never know. I can hear. No problem. Nice and clear. Whatever you're doing right now, I can hear.
Does that work?
I can hear perfectly, yep. I'm just going to listen to it in the final version, and we'll see if it works. Okay, try again.
Okay, playback.
You know, to be honest, it's not the best quality audio. It's really tinny. So I'm going to say you probably won't like the end result.
Well, I've got too many mics here because there's a mic on the camera.
Yeah.
And then I got this external USB mic. I got too many friggin' mics.
Yeah. So they're conflicting with each other. I'm hearing like it's just tinny. We just okay, yeah. Try talking a little bit. Yeah, it's really no, it's not coming through. Now I got you. Now you're coming through. Yeah, it's not great. It's not great. Hold on. Let me just try here. Okay, try now.
Test. Test.
Okay, we're good now. All right, that's perfect. All right, good. So you're going to be able to hear me?
Are you getting feedback from my phone?
You're going to have to put the phone in the ear, like in your earpiece. And then we're good. And the video actually got pretty clear, so. Okay. Patience is a virtue.
Yeah, through the phone I can hear you perfectly.
Yeah. Well, and that'll work as long as we don't have the reverb coming through. Then
Okay.
we're good. All right. So what I'll do here is that the position you want to keep on the camera? Comfortable with that one?
I am. What do you
Just
suggest?
as long as you're centered and there's a little bit of space above you, I'll adjust the size of your camera a little bit.
Okay.
And your camera is automatically zooming in too. I noticed that.
Okay, let me turn
Yeah.
some of that crap off. Okay, pan and tilt, face tracking off.
Yeah,
There we
turn
go.
that off. Yeah, that'll be way better.
And brightness, contrast.
I mean, you look a bit white, but I think a warm light somewhere in front of you might help you if you have one nearby. This is all a part of the process. It's not abnormal to be doing this.
Because I'm sitting at a desk facing out a window.
Okay, well,
So I
that's
just-
natural light. That's okay. So just
I
adjust
closed the
your
blind a little bit.
Yeah, and now just adjust your brightness so that you'll have a little bit more of a warmer light coming through, probably reflecting off what's behind you. Just increase the brightness. There we go. Now you got some color. And maybe just, if those blinds are Venetians, just open them just a smidge to get a little bit of natural light from outside, and then we might get some proper lighting. There we go. There we go. Now it's better. Perfect.
Okay.
All right, we're rolling.
Yay.
Trust me, I just did four interviews, and none of the audio was good. So unfortunately, this morning early this afternoon, I had a major bloop. Skype was having a problem on my side. So, all right, so let's take a look here now. So, GoMentor. I saw your presentation, so I've got the high level on it. Okay. Now, in the introduction, how do you want me to introduce you? I got the introduction you sent me.
Mm-hmm.
You want me to just go with that?
What do you think? It's up to you.
Well, okay, good. Okay. Brad has more than 30 years of experience. Okay, Okay, he's the CEO of Bixnex. Okay, I'm going to start with that. Okay. Brad. Bixnex, a Calgary internet startup company. Brad has more than 30 years of experience as a professional engineer, business executive, and entrepreneur. And through his company, Bixnex, they have just launched at Bixnex.
Yeah, BIX, Bixnets.
Bixnets. They have just launched GoMentor.com, a next generation. Yep, that works. I can do this. All right. So, and then what problem are we solving, and how are we doing it differently? So I understand. You know what I'm going to reference. Before the show, you were talking about all these problems that currently are happening in business and transitioning staff in business. What problems are you solving with GoMentor? I'll go kind of along those lines, and we'll see how it goes. I'll ad lib the first one, and we'll see how it goes.
Sure.
We can always do a couple takes.
So typically, would this be like 5 minutes type of thing?
Well, yeah, it just depends on how long you want to go. I mean, I'm not the one talking, right? So it depends on how comfortable you are. Just whatever you do, don't go on too long. If because I'll try to ask more questions, and we'll just go with the flow. We'll see how it runs.
Okay.
I just want to make sure I've got a couple angles that are good here. That looks good. This looks good, and that looks good. This one, you look a little bit chopped at the top. Hold on, I'm just going to change one thing.
There, the cord's not hanging in front of my face now.
Nope, everything's good. Perfect. There we go. So that looks good. All right, so... And the side-by-side looks good. All right.
Cool.
Hi, and welcome back to the show. Today we're joined by Brad Golan, and he is, I have no idea who he is because I haven't put the cue. Let me start over again. Okay, 3, 2, Hi, and welcome back to the show. Today we're joined by Brad Golan, and he is the CEO of Bixnets Inc., a Calgary internet startup company. Brad has more than 30 experience. Hi, and welcome back to the show. Today we're joined with Brad Golan. He is the president of Bixnets Inc., a Calgary internet startup company. Brad has more than 30 years' experience as a professional engineer, business executive, and entrepreneur. at BixNets, they have just launched a new program called GoMentor.com, a next-generation solution for capturing and sharing the critical know-how that drives success for both companies and their employees. Interesting product. I saw you speak actually recently at Calgary Innovates, and very interesting product. It's great to have you on the show today.
Thanks. It's great to be here.
So, first of all, what problem are we solving with this GoMentor product, and what are you doing that's so different from everyone else out there?
Well, the problem we're addressing is the generational transition that's going on in industry right now. So we've got this huge glut of baby boomers who are just getting ready to kind of exit on their careers, and they're planning on their retirements. Mind you, with the current economic situation, that may be delayed a little. But the generations coming in to replace them don't have the same kind of experience, and they work differently. And there's a real challenge right now within most organizations in terms of transferring this knowledge and this wisdom that's been earned over these years onto the people coming in to replace these key people in organizations. So that capture of their knowledge and that transfer of the knowledge is really the problem we're looking to solve.
So is this a social network? Is this what you're dealing with here? Or what is it exactly?
Well, we've kind of taken, most companies think that mentoring is really the ultimate way to transfer knowledge. But we're taking this whole mentoring concept and we've flipped it upside down. Because traditionally, the senior guy is expected to be the mentor, and he kind of captures and pushes his knowledge down to the junior guys. And the fact is right now in business, nobody has the time for that. Nobody's incented for that. It's just not happening. And so we flipped this whole model upside down and said, the way this really needs to happen is, in a sense, the customer, the consumer for this knowledge we want to hand it off to are young professionals, and they work much differently. So we need to really give them a tool that works the way they work. As a matter of fact, the real solution is to let them drive the process, because that's how they want to work. And social networks is one of the key ways that they share information amongst each other. And, tools like YouTube and Facebook and these types of platforms are the kind of interfaces they use to be able to share information, share knowledge, build relationships, this kind of stuff. So that's kind of the approach we've taken, is that they're the key to make this happen. Let them, instead of having information pushed out to them, let them take control, reach out and pull that information they need in.
So it's almost like you're bridging the gap and almost bridging two different generations of communicators, and you're kind of being the conduit between the two by the sounds of it.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what we're doing. So, in a sense, the way we've designed the platform, it's brutally simple. It works kind of like YouTube. It's a search bar. Everything's oriented around search bar, and what I can do with that search bar is I can either find knowledge content, I can find experts, I can find people, I can post requests or find what other people are looking for. So in a very simple way, a young person can now start to drive the process by just putting up a request saying, I need information, I need knowledge around tight shale evaluations in oil and gas recovery. And then, the way that gets out to a senior person, he's not hanging around looking at a social network, but that can be communicated to him through a email. He will read his email, so he'll see an email and says this young fellow is looking for information, and then he can just email back files and reference documents and material. The young guy can actually now add him into his mentor social network. And then as he takes the information, starts to run with it, realizes there's more to it than, kind of just what's in the documents, then he can come back through that social network type interface, ask questions, engage, figure out which of the 5 guys who responded is the one he connects best with and he wants to be his mentor. And then they can kind of spend some time together, and there's a whole mechanism for them to be able to kind of interact, capture that, and provide feedback, qualitative feedback, saying, the rating system. Who's a good mentor? Who's a good mentoree? What's good content? What's, the whole internet approach these guys have grown up with. We've delivered a platform that gives them that kind of interface, the rating, the review, the feedback, the social network mechanism, and then ultimately the ability for him to package his solution and what he's learned into a knowledge object that he can then upload and start sharing with his peers and other people, where they can start consuming that. And that's where it actually creates a knowledge base, a really new, different type of knowledge base that really is much better suited to next-gen employees.
So, I mean, it sounds to me like there's a lot of sharing happening here, but at the end of the day, everyone's pretty lazy. So what incentivizes both the mentor and the student to get on there and collaborate?
Well, that's a huge part of our platform. Is what we've actually done is created a marketplace. We call it a mentor marketplace. So what we did is we just took a simple model. We said knowledge has got huge value to it, so let's just put a value number to what's being shared. So we put an actual quantitative dollar number and say, what's the value of the content you shared? What's the value of the social network connection you made? And what's the value of the hour you spent mentoring? And we basically just track all those transactions like you do in a marketplace. So that starts to give them a quantitative measure where a senior guy can say, well, I'm mentoring 5 guys and I spent 15 hours and that's created this much knowledge sharing value for the company. And then the other aspect is this whole rating review system. Like, young people are used to an iTunes and Amazon and these types of tools where for a lot of people it's just getting the recognition that, I'm a 5-star mentor or I'm a 5-star mentee, and this is how I as a young professional can start to build my reputation inside the company.
And so, what's the target market for this? I mean, I know that you're attracting those 2 individuals, but there has to be an underlying resource and an underlying community. Who are you targeting?
Our primary target is medium to large size companies. So the big challenge now is for organizations. You get to a certain size, and people stop walking up and down the hall to talk to each other. And you start getting this real disconnect between the guys who have knowledge and the guys who don't. So really it is kind of those medium, large size organizations we're going after, because what we're providing them is a cloud-based solution where we give them a dedicated knowledge capture and sharing platform and a reward recognition platform that's intended really just for them, their company, capture their internal knowledge, share it. And for a lot of companies, they see capturing and empowering their people with this kind of knowledge as being a strategic tool and could give them competitive advantage.
This all sounds very interesting. So what's the call to action here? What do you need to do now in order to engage to kickstart this? Like, how can I help you through this show engage a potential audience?
Well, right now we are a tech startup, as you noted in your introduction, and we've actually just commercially released the product. So we're looking for the first 5 companies that will pilot with us and really be partners with us in implementing the platform. So we're looking for kind of innovative companies that have tried a bunch of different things and not got the results they want, who were open to trying something new and innovative. Because, in a sense, this handing over the keys to the kids, so to speak, to drive this process is a pretty gutsy, pretty different cultural change. But when you think about it, it actually makes a lot of sense because they've got the most to gain in this whole process. It's their skills they're building. It's solving their problems and learning by doing, and it's building their reputation within the organization that they have the opportunity to do. So let them do the work. And, the old guys are so busy managing and doing all this other stuff. The more you can take the load off them, the more likely it is to happen. So we're looking for organizations that kind of have that situation, are innovative, and want to work with us because we want to work really closely with them to make sure that this is the solution that works where the other ones haven't.
Oh, great! So it sounds very interesting. How can somebody? Is it just the simple website, or is there actually a contact information? You just go to GoMentor, GoMentr.com. That's it?
You can go to GoMentor. If you click on the ask or feedback, it'll get through to me, or just contact me directly. So the company is called BixNet. So my email's bgollan@bixnets.com or bgollan@gomentor.com. And I'd be happy to respond to people and hear what they think and show them the system that we've built.
Interesting concept. I mean, it's a niche that there's going to be growing demand for it in this transitioning business phase now. As you look at the demographics, you definitely have an interesting product there, an interesting service.
Well, I've done other internet startups, and I'm really excited about this because one of the biggest challenges when you're coming up with new technologies is the right timing. And we're really convinced that right now is the right timing because this crisis in terms of the talent gap. There's a lot of articles being written on it. There's a lot of material on it, and it's become a pretty hot topic within most corporations.
Great to have you on, and we'll get you on again to give us a follow-up on your success.
Thanks, and I appreciate the opportunity.
We've been speaking with Brad Gollan, and like you said, you can check him out at BixNets. It is at GoMentor, GOMENTR.com. Thanks, everyone, for watching. Stay tuned again real soon. Bye for now. Hi, and welcome back to the show. Today we're speaking with Brad Gollan. He is the owner of BixNets. It's a Calgary internet startup. It's a company that basically is looking into the whole idea of mentoring. Well, first of all, Brad has more than 30 years' experience as a professional engineer, business executive, and an entrepreneur. At BixNets, they launched this product, GoMentor. It's a next-generation solution for capturing and sharing the critical know-how that drives success for both companies and their employees. Very interesting product. I saw you at Innovate Calgary do a speech on this about a month ago, and I was quite intrigued by it. It's great to have you on the show.
Thanks. I appreciate it. It's great to be on the show with you.
Well, first of all, this whole idea of GoMentor, it's solving some problems, I understand, but maybe you can explain to our audience what problems we're actually solving and how this is doing it differently.
So the problem we're focused on in terms of addressing is this generational transition that's occurring in most companies these days. There's a big glut of boomers that are just getting ready to exit the organizations that they're in. And when they leave, there's going to be a huge loss of know-how and of capabilities within the organizations. So we need to help companies really quickly figure out how to capture and transfer that know-how over to the next generations that are coming in to replace these boomers that are exiting.
Perfect. That's a good intro. Awesome. Okay, and we're good.
Oh,
anything else you wanted to add?
No, I think that's great.
Yeah, so what I'm going to do, so the raw video is going to be up. I'll have it up there hopefully by the end of today. I can go smoothly for the rest of the day. The first part of today was halfway through, somebody was watching the live stream. He says, "You realize I can't hear the audio on the guys that you're interviewing?" I'm like, "What?" So I had to redo it. But anyway, so I'll be ready hopefully by the end of today. It's all streamed live up to YouTube, so it's pretty much going to be ready for you to watch, review, and then decide what to do with it. So any questions?
No, that's great. I think good. It's good. So, are you kind of building your company in terms of doing these interviews to create promotional and commercial pieces for companies?
Well, what I do, what I'm finding a lot of traction and a lot of success with is the idea of interview marketing. So essentially what you do is you create content pieces that enlighten, inform, sensitize a target market.
Right.
And you then engage that audience in different ways, either through passive lead generation, where people find the videos, or actually actively going out and saying, here's some interesting information, thought you might be interested in this interview. And then what happens is they consume the information. Obviously you build trust through that relationship that's happening in the two-way dialogue, as opposed to somebody pitching. You're having a dialogue between two people, right?
Yep.
And then, of course, if it's positioned right, what you can do is follow up with sales. So the idea then is, there's new technologies out there with retargeting and following people with banner advertising, that if they've seen the video, then after the video, they start to see your banners showing up, and it's related to the video. That's one example of how this can, and all I have to do is look at it once, and then they get it. And then there's the other option, which is the idea of actually using the interview process to open up relationships. And that's what I'm doing, actually. I'm proving up a point here, is that I'm opening up relationships with, I have probably 38 registered companies that I'm going to do these interviews with, and it's, taking me 3 Fridays. And what you're doing basically is not only are you opening the dialogue with these people, they're now seeing, you're going to start seeing me show up and follow you around. So you're going to see my business development ideas, you're going to see my retargeting ideas, you can see my marketing ideas, and all that good stuff. And that in itself is a piece that it cuts through the gatekeepers in companies to do it this way, because when you offer to interview somebody, you go right up the chain, and then they review the opportunity to be interviewed. Through that process, you're opening the door. And it's a bit of a Trojan horse method, but reality, you're giving value, right? So it's quid pro quo. So that's what I'm doing. I'm trying to prove up. And we've done these interviews with authors, and we've interviewed Guy Kawasaki, we've interviewed Steve Schiffman, and various other authors from McGraw-Hill, and essentially it's the same thing, where in those cases it's a little different, though, because what we're doing is we're leveraging their expertise. So by association, we're becoming subject matter experts because we're involved in dialogue. We're spending time with these high-profile people. So there's so many different ways to use this technology. And up till now, it's been so expensive that I've just created a system that makes it easy for people to do it. And then, of course, the benefit is the relationship build. And then after that, the follow-up with all kinds of things you can do with the video. So that's where I'm coming from with this whole concept.
No, I think it's excellent. I think it's brilliant.
It's
a sharp approach.
It's a why not, right? So, anyways, I'll send this off to you, and you can try it out, and you'll get a proof, and then we can decide what to do with it from that point forward. Thanks for joining. I really genuinely am interested in your product. I see some synergies with other people that I'm working with, and we'll connect later on that too. See if there's opportunity there.
I'd like to.
Okay, great. Thanks. Good interview. Have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Cheers. Okay, so now who do we have next? I'm just gonna go to. Stay tuned for 1 second. I'm just taking a quick break here, and I'll be right So you're in Toronto.
I am, yeah. Not in Edmonton anymore, where I know you're in Calgary.
Yeah, in Calgary. Yeah. You did your homework.
Yeah.
All right, I got to do some just a couple edits, but go ahead. We can just talk while I'm doing it.
I'm just going to ask if the audio is good and the picture is fine.
So far, it looks good. I'm just going to make some adjustments. A couple things. Do you have a light in front of you?
No, just the overhead light.
Yeah. Do you have an ability to put a table light in front of you at 45-degree angle?
No, I don't.
You
I
don't,
know wanted. Yeah.
Yeah, because typically if there's a white background, what happens is your face might people won't see your eyes, right?
I see.
I want to be able to see your eyes.
I think there is.
Or a window. If you can open a blind and a window or something like that. But you try to do that while I'm setting up, and then
Sure. I'll take a look. Give me a second.
Yeah, sure. You betcha. All right. 1, 2. It doesn't have to be much light, right? Just enough to illuminate the face.
I'm going to try heading up to our conference room.
Okay.
Let's see here. If the internet cuts out, it'll pop back on.
Yeah,
short,
that's fine. I'm just setting up cropping the camera angles and stuff. So we're good.
Okay, Wi-Fi is on.
Okay, let's see how our last ones went.
Really a consultation to figure out what the...
Okay. We're reflecting off what's behind you.
Where they can start consuming that, and that's where actually creates a
good
topic.
Boy, oh boy.
3 Fridays. And what you're doing basically is
all right.
Okay, let's get the
nice
video.
dog.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, that's much better, much better. I can see your face clearly. You do have some glare, some lens glare at the top there.
I think if I shift, maybe...
Yeah, if you shift a little bit, you won't have the lens flare right on your. Either that or tilt the camera a little, raise it and tilt it a little bit, then you won't have lens flare.
All right.
It's a interesting backdrop.
That better?
That's good. Yeah, that's better. Far better. That's good. All right. All right. That's good. It's a little bit of lens flare, but it's not too bad. That's good. Real estate in the big T. Well, I'm not going to say it. I'm from Montreal, so I always say T0. I was going to say the big T0, but I don't take it personally. It's just Montreal in me. Okay. All right. I'm just going to check your audio because I have been having issues with audio. I want to make sure your Skype audio comes in nicely. All right. Just give me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Perfect. Okay, we're good. All right. Okay, Chris. So you are right. What's your position? Real estate agent? Realtor?
Yeah. Author and realtor.
Realtor and what?
Author.
Author and realtor.
Correct.
Okay. So Slavens and Associates Real Estate.
Correct. Yes.
All right, I just got one thing I got to do here. Arch your video a little bit. There, that's better. Okay, Slavens and Associates Real Estate. Okay, so Chris Allen. Today we're talking with Chris Allen, Toronto's Real Estate Authority and award-winning author of the book. Have I interviewed you before?
A long time ago, yeah. When I first started to, when I announced I was going to be writing the book.
Yeah, okay. The book of Toronto Real Estate. Alan has appeared on CTV News, CBC News, and Netcast Event before. And in Toronto, and focus this time home buyers and real estate investors. Oh, you also work in the real estate world. Okay.
Yes.
A bit about the book. Real estate investor. Okay, let's just go with it. All right.
Sure. And I don't know how many questions you wanted, so if you need to cut them, that's fine by all means.
We'll just go with the flow here. We'll see how it goes. You know. Okay. 3, 2. Hi, and welcome back to the show. Today we're joined by Chris Allen. Now, Chris is coming to us from Toronto, Canada, and he is. I'm not going to go with this one. Hold on a second, buddy. I don't like that. Hi, and welcome back to the show. Well, today we're going to talk real estate, and we have Chris Allen with us, coming to us from Toronto. Chris is Toronto's Real Estate Authority and the award-winning author of the book on Toronto real estate. Alan has appeared on CTV, he's appeared on CBC, and works in Toronto with a focus on first-time home buyers and real estate investors. Wow, you're quite acclaimed now. On top of it, you got the book. Congratulations on that, Chris.
Thank you very much, Kirsten. Thank you.
Well, we interviewed you before, and of course at the time, then I guess you were working on your book. So it sounds kind of exciting. Tell us a bit more about this book called "The Book on Toronto Real Estate."
Thanks very much. It's exciting to be back. When I had just announced that I was going to be writing the book, I kind of made that debut on your show. So it's great to be back here now that the book has been published and it's all out there. So the book on Toronto real estate, it's pretty much for either a novice investor, someone who's looking to get into real estate investing. They realize that real estate is at the core of a lot of wealth, and they're just not sure how to start or where to begin. And then also for the first-time home buyer or purchaser looking for their own primary residence.
And so should everyone invest in real estate? I mean, is this something that's for, everyone out there?
Actually, no. Real estate investment is not for everyone. It's an asset, as you can understand, is not very liquid. So you can't expect to just, push a button and sell a home. It's not like a stock where you just hit sell and it's gone right away. It's for someone who understands that the process of investing in real estate and accumulating the assets does take time, and you understand that. But it's not someone who's just looking to kind of jump in the market with very little staying power, just jump in and jump out again.
Well, and I noticed that you're dealing with some very high-profile people. How do you go about working with such high-profile individuals in the industry?
Well, at the end of the day, when you're working with celebrities and other notable individuals, they're really just the same as everyone else. They have their expectations. They want to get the best value for their dollar, and they want someone who can do the job reliably for them. So providing the service for persons at that level is really no different than when I provide services for everybody else. If you can just kind of build that relationship and build the rapport, everything else comes naturally after that. It's all relationship. You've got to kind of take care of people and do what you say you're going to do, and that makes the world of difference.
And so if someone's looking for a realtor, what should they look for?
I think when you're interviewing different realtors, you want to make sure that you find someone who's a good fit for you, because there's no one size fits all, and no one realtor can service everybody. You want to make sure that you get along with whoever it is that you're working with, and that you're comfortable with them, and that you trust their ability to help you handle one of your most valuable assets. I think another thing that you want to make sure of is that the realtor is someone who is capable of doing the job well for you. There's a ton of realtors. Actually, a quick stat for you here, Kirsten, is that 37,000 realtors that are members of the Toronto Real Estate Board here in the city of Toronto. So 37,000 of them. And of that 37,000, about 75% do no transactions, or like less than 6 per year. So they're very inactive. So you want to make sure that you're with someone whose full-time career and job is real estate, because they're in the market every single day. They know what's going on. They recognize the product, and their ears to the ground. That's probably one of the best things that you could do.
Dealing with a professional who's got the ear to the market really close.
Absolutely.
Well, and I guess that leads to dealing with inexperience. What's the most common mistake that novice investors make when they're dealing with that whole world of real estate?
Well, one of the most common mistakes that most people might not think of is what I call paralysis by analysis. A lot of novice investors, they look at properties and they analyze them. They look at them, they analyze them, they look at them and they analyze them, and they get stuck in that cycle over and over and over again, and they never actually pull the trigger on purchasing a property or getting into the market. They just spend all day analyzing. And while I'm a big proponent of due diligence, because I've mentioned that several times in the book on Toronto real estate, is that you really, while you do need to make sure that all the numbers check out and that you can get as much information that you can possibly attain, you need to understand that whenever you're making any decision, you're never going to know 100% of the facts. Your analysis is to just mitigate risk and lower the possibilities of things going wrong, but you do have to take a chance at some point in time, pull the trigger, and purchase the property or your investment, whatever that may be.
Get off that chair and do it.
Exactly.
Well, it's great having you like usual, and it's wonderful to hear that your book is successful now, and you're moving forward and being a success mentor in your industry. It's good to have you on the show.
Thanks very much. Pleasure to be here as always, Kirsten.
So we've been speaking with Chris Allen. He is with Slavens and Associates Real Estate. You can actually plug your website here. Go to allenastates.ca and check it out if you're looking for real estate, either buy or sell real estate, or of course investments. So check it out. Thank you everyone for watching. We'll stay tuned real soon for our next episode on real estate. See you again real soon. Hi, welcome back to the show. Well, today we're going to be talking about real estate, and more specifically, we're going to be speaking with Chris Allen. He is Toronto's Real Estate Authority and the award-winning author of The Book on Toronto Real Estate. Well, Allen has appeared on CTV News, CBC, and works in Toronto with a focus on first-time home buyers and real estate investors. Well, Chris, as always, it's great to have you back on the show. Good. And that's a wrap, man.
Perfect. Yes, Fast and Furious. Fast and Furious.
That worked out pretty good, man. Okay, so anyway, so the deal is it'll be raw, right? It'll be the whole thing, and then if you like it, you want to edit it, you want us to do it in high def. We're now in HD, right? So
okay.
Yeah, so it'll be higher quality. I mean, your video won't necessarily be HD, but on my side, on the interview side, it's higher. So I'll get that sort of prepared for you. I'll send it to you in a follow-up email, and then I'll touch base, and we'll go from there.
Awesome. Sounds great. Well, pleasure as always, and you have a great night, eh?
Okay, you too. Thanks for your patience. I know we were running a little bit late. Talk to you soon.
No problem.
Okay.
Cheers.
Bye for now. Okay, we're going to wait for our next interview. And I'm just going to go... There we go. Yeah, it's too bad you don't have anything in front of you. Too bad it's not a little bit brighter in front of you, but that's okay. We'll work with it.
Yeah, I got my window open, but
iPhones are just not good, right? They're just they have yeah. Okay, so it's a little fuzzy, but we'll go there. All right. Yeah, I can work with this. This is fine. It's about the information, right?
Right.
Okay, so Paul, no. What's Paul doing up there? Hambly, right?
That's correct.
Hambly, there we go. Okay, this is cool. I can work with this. All right. So is it Braille It or Braille IT?
Braille It.
Okay, good. Why do I have lens flare? Okay. That's interesting. Let's see if I can fix that. There, that's better. Okay. Mike, let's just go with it. So, essentially, we're going to talk about your Braille It cards. So, tell me a story about... Tell me about what Braille does. Braille It does. Okay, I get it. All right. Put those together. All right. Just doing some light edits here before we get started.
No problem.
Okay. I'm going to ask you about you first and then about Braille It. Is that okay?
That's perfect.
Okay. Do you want me to introduce the fact that you were in a car accident?
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
Pretty important, yeah.
All right, let's do that way, and then... All right. It got really, really dark. Can you come just a little closer to the camera? Yeah, that's a bit better. Okay. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. And the other option, if you want, I can superimpose a photograph. Would you rather do that or this? It's just very dark. That's all.
Yeah. No, I know. I don't have another.
Let's
light
just go with
here.
it. We'll go with it. We can always. Let's just see how it goes.
Can you always just strip the audio?
Hi, and welcome back to the show. Well, today we're joined by Mike Hambly. Now, Mike has a very interesting story. First of all, Mike was in a car accident in 1994 that left him totally blind and a paraplegic. Well, since then, he picked himself up and started his own business, and that was about 12 years ago. Basically his business is about putting Braille on business cards and using it as a marketing tool, and not just for the blind, but also for all businesses. So he's got himself a workshop as well, where he fixes and builds things out of wood and metal. So there's a lot of different things that are happening here in Mike's life, and I think for the purposes of this show here today, let's just focus on, first of all, a little bit about. I'm rambling. I'm going to start it over again. Hi, and welcome back to the show. Today we're met with Mike Hambley, and he actually has an interesting story. Back in 1994, he was in a car accident that got him Hi, and welcome back to the show. Today we're going to be speaking with Mike Hambley. Now, he has an interesting story. Back in 1994, he was in a car accident that left him totally blind and paraplegic. But he picked himself up and started his own company. He started to basically impose Braille on business cards as part of a marketing tool, and not just for the blind, but for general business and as a positive marketing tool. We're going to talk about that a little bit on the show today. Incidentally, he also has a few other things that he's doing. He's obviously good with his hands. He does a workshop where he builds and fixes things out of wood and metal. So, first of all, Mike, thanks for joining us on the program today. It's great to hear your story.
Thanks very much for having me.
Give us a little bit more information on the history and the story of you and what happened exactly.
Well, back in 1994, I was a young kid, about 23 years old, and driving my pickup down the road, and was having some fun with some friends, and the truck rolled. I got thrown out the windshield, and I don't remember too much from the injury, but from what I understand, I actually took the whole front of my face off, which resulted in me losing my eyesight, and then it broke my back at the same time, which paralyzed my legs instantly. And as soon as I woke up in the hospital and didn't really know what was happening. Thought I was still on the farm because I was a farm guy and working on the farm, doing that. I didn't really know what I was doing, and excuse me. And I spent about 2 years in the hospital, and after that I thought, well, what am I going to do? I mean, I was a welder, a mechanic, a tradesman before my injury, and I thought, well, life is basically over, until I realized that it wasn't. With the help of a bunch of nonprofit organizations and some encouragement, from some peers, and found out that there was hope. So I was a high school dropout before my injury, and I actually became a social worker after my accident, and so I worked in the social work realm in the nonprofit disability field for about 15 years, and during that time, back in 2001, I started my own company because my dad was an entrepreneur when I was a kid, so I kind of had that in my blood. and with being that tradesman and having that background, I started working for another guy, putting Braille on business cards specifically for people that were blind and from an alternate format purpose. And I thought, well, there's got to be more to this than that. And I was actually typing each card by hand on a manual Braille typewriter called a Perkins Brailler. And I thought, well, there's got to be an easier way to do this. So I actually developed a Braille press that actually does one card at a time, and and I had that built. So that's what I'm doing today is, so I've got companies all over North America that send me their business cards, and we smack the Braille on there, and obviously for individuals that are blind to read, but it's also a marketing tool, and the marketing tool is to highlight that card. But it's yeah.
Well, it's a unique feature, right? And it shows social responsibility from the standpoint of the company, but it's texture. So it's something that I totally get that. If you want to be different, you want to be unique in the marketplace. Adding texture and something that's that is intriguing about the business card. Am I on the right track there, or are there other reasons that I'm missing?
No, you're right on. It stands out, and you're remembered. I mean, I have a good friend of mine actually that runs Rave Results, actually Mitch Raven here in town. He actually 3 times in a row he won business card draws because of the tactile aspect of the card, and somebody drew the card out of the barrel because it had that tactile feature.
You're telling us some secrets here.
Yes. So, I mean, one of our slogans, Kirsten, is actually having Braille on your business cards is just a nice touch.
It's. Have you ever read any of the words of Seth Godin?
No.
Seth Godin is an author I think he's out of New York, but he wrote a book called The Purple Cow, and it's about being different and standing out. And when you drive along the highway and you look left and right, you see cows every day. After a while, you drive long enough, you don't really see those cows anymore, and you don't even notice they're there. But if you suddenly drive past a purple cow, you're going to stop and notice. And this is a classic example of that. In business, I see that if you have a business card that really stands out, I don't think I've ever received a Braille business card. It sounds like something I'm going to jump on right away. It's great.
Well, thank you. Yeah, it's just like I say, it just makes that card different. And I mean, in marketing, people have done embossing before, raised lines, different shaped cards. The Braille just seems to work, and it's inexpensive. I mean, we charge. You send us your card. It's $20 per 100. I mean, and I encourage someone to get 100 cards done, see if they work for you. And if we, larger volumes, we offer discounts, and it works. I mean,
how big is the card? How big is the typing on the card itself? Is it take up half the card, or is it quite small?
We can do any kind of Braille on the card itself. You can only get 13 characters across each line and 4 lines of Braille on each on a normal 2.5 by 3.5 business card. So, it's Braille is the dot is probably about the size of a head of a pin, I guess. So it is fairly large, but you want that you got to be able to read it, right? With your
obviously. And does it work on many different types of stock, or are you limited to certain types of stock?
Pretty much anything. We can put it on whatever we need to, and if we need to put it on something that we can't actually stamp the Braille right onto the card, we can make an over label that's actually clear and embossed and lay it right over top of the piece of paper, which we also do for individuals that say want to get their CD collection marked. We can do signage. We can do all those sort of things. So works.
It's interesting. There's people often don't use both sides of their business card, and so I guess the sticker on the back of the business card makes perfect sense. But now, when you think about it, you can actually have 3 dimensions of card. You have the front, the back, and then you have the texture. Very, very unique, interesting product. Very interesting story, Mike. It's great to have you on the show.
All right, thanks very much.
So, anyways, in closing, how can somebody reach you? What's the contact information?
BrailleIt.ca is our website, and or 403-266-6840 is our phone number here in Calgary. And just I wanted to highlight also that other piece that you also talked about, Kirsten, in regards to another development actually we've done with Braille. As you did in my introduction, you you talked about, me doing a workshop. Well, I actually have a workshop where I can offer my services as well. I have pretty much every power tool you can think of, table saws, arm saws, routers, lathes, those sort of things that you bring your product to me, whatever that is, multiple pieces of stuff that need to be built for your company, I can do it for you. And, some people think, a blind guy using a power saw. Well, I don't do it unless I know I can do it. And so, and I build a very good product for individuals. So if people want that, feel free to contact me as well.
So custom millwright, essentially.
Pretty much, yeah. Millwright, yeah. We're doing metal clips for a roofing company right now. So we're breaking the metal pieces and then making those clips in a former, in a bender. And we're also doing railing brackets actually for another company for holding the brackets on the wall and shaping them out of wood. And so, yeah.
Yeah, fantastic. And obviously you deliver on time, you deliver within the requirements of the clients, and it's a competitive product.
You bet. Absolutely. Yeah, no, we pride ourselves in customer service for sure. And, and I've gotten a lot of jobs just for the simple fact that we actually return emails and phone calls for companies that contact us. And it's surprising in this day and age when companies are thanking us for returning their calls and we thank them for contacting us. So,
yeah, well, it's attention to the details. And same contact information at the same website, or do you have another website for that?
No, it's the same website right now.
Perfect.
We haven't actually brought that up, but or they can just email me, mike@bralette.ca works as well.
Perfect. Well, it's wonderful. I'm glad Mitch Revan suggested that you connect with us. It's a very interesting product, and again, like I said before, a very interesting story. And it's great to have you on. And hopefully you'll join us again and give us an update on the success of your business.
Please. Thanks very much.
Have a great day, everyone. Thanks for watching, and stay tuned next time for more innovative business ideas. Have a great day. Bye for now.
Send me, thousands of products. I'll do it for you.
Yeah.
What's worked where I've got my business is actually I put ads on Kijiji.
Yeah, Kijiji actually works quite well. It just depends on the market, right? It just depends on who you're targeting and the types of people. Like I do business development ads on, but you got to go with it's a beacon, right? It's a beacon product, so you got to send out a beacon product and get people to kind of react to it, and then you open doors to do other things with them. That is kind of, it's almost like, that's how I use it. Now, if you have a direct product that probably has some appeal on things like Kijiji, right? Where me, it's a little more abstract, the idea of interview marketing, it doesn't work. People don't go to Kijiji to look for interviews, right? Yeah, and because it's very niche, but like for me, I do cold calling, so I'll do cold call offerings. Now, I don't cold call, but people who are looking for cold call help need help, because if they're cold calling, they're struggling. They're really trying to drum up business, right? And they're kind of going with the kind of mud against the wall kind of marketing. So I often that opens doors when I offer help with cold calling. I call it warm calling, where you include the call as a follow-up process, not as the lead process. It's like this. It's a perfect example. You don't lead with something that interrupts people's day and disrupts them. If you're going to disrupt somebody, you got to disrupt them with something that has a lasting impression. And yes, free is in my case. I offer free interviews, and I offer very cheap interviews to certain people. But at the end of the day, it's a trust building tool, and I look at this as interaction with people, and I consider that to be currency, because if I can spend time with someone, the time is of value. So as long as there's alignment and there's no misdirection, there's something of value that comes out of it, that's worth something to me. Because at the end of the day, they might promote me to somebody else. You never know. It's like networking. It's the same sort of thing, right? So yeah. So, but your product's really interesting. Very interesting point about the raffles. I've never been good at raffles. I never win anything at raffles. So I'm going to have to do this. I am absolutely going to have to do some Braille cards. Well, that's great. That's great. And this is not necessarily about handouts either way, right? But at the end of the day, the only issue I have is I use Moo cards, which are these. They're very thick cards, and they have like a plastic coating on them. I'll send you some and see how it works, and if it works, then great. I mean, they already stand out. They're different size. They're a little bigger. They got rounded edges. They're really thick stock. And if you can add a layer of Braille to it, I think that'd be really cool. I think that would be really cool. So I'm definitely going to do that. Well, awesome. A good wrap up. 5:00, right on the button here. So this is perfect. Let me get this off to you. I'll get this rendered and up, and then you guys can check it out. That does all kinds of stuff. Yeah. Yeah, but there is a human interest story there, and that is a value. As long as it's not the primary focus of the campaign, then you're fine, right? It's more in the about section of what you're offering people, right? I would say probably if you're on Kijiji, the most important thing, and I use Kijiji extensively, but Kijiji has this feature now where you can put a video on Kijiji. And that builds trust really quickly, but you got to get them off Kijiji somehow. You got to get them. So what I typically do is I give them an irresistible offer that requires that they give me a little bit of information, and then I respond to them and I send them to a landing page on the internet so that they can actually get some information back instead of just responding in an email. And the reason I do that is that I use Google remarketing to cookie them and have banners follow them on the internet. Now, I imagine as a blind person, you don't even notice this, right? Because you're probably you're picking up the text that's converted to audio when you're going to websites, right? Oh, I got feedback there. Sorry. Yeah. So essentially, if you can have the audio, if you get them onto a website, what happens is you can track them with what they call it's a tracking cookie, and then banner ads will follow them with your product. So essentially, they see your human interest story, or they see your information about your cards, or what you're doing with your cards, or they see information about your workshop or your woodwright shop or whatever, your machine shop services. And most people, when they see that the first time, they're not ready to buy. They're browsing, they're window shopping, right? But how many times does that person think about it again and go, oh, I can't remember where I saw that? But if you can have top of mind marketing tactic where you're kind of following them subtly over the next over the decision making process that might take several months in some cases, or it might just be a week or two, right? And you follow up with them, then the banner advertising that follows them is really, really powerful. Like I find it works incredibly well to get callbacks. And it's so cheap. I mean, all you do is, you set a budget of if you're tracking a few thousand people, you set a budget of maybe $100 a month, $150 a month, maybe, and you're tracking. And these people see your banners everywhere. It's quite powerful. That's one way I would do it. But there's others. There's just follow up. Like you said, when you call people back, they remember. So you need to follow up with people in sort of 7 different ways. In 7 ways that don't interrupt their lives, then that's the way to do it. So, but you're on the right track with Kijiji, that's for sure. Yeah. 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 Well, at the end of the day, you have a system, and that's what works for you, right? I mean, it comes down to having a system to do something. And if it's a repeat system and you've got it in place, then it works really well. Then there's a need for that. Absolutely. Anyways, okay, let me get this off to you, and then we'll follow up. I'll send you an email, and you'll hear from me. Awesome. Okay, great. Nice talking to you. Have a great one. Cheers. Okay, well, that's a wrap. I don't think there's any more. I can't believe I screwed up those 4. There you go. Well, thanks, everyone. There you go. Let me know. Unfortunately, the first 3 or 4 interviews we did today, the audio didn't work out. So, and I apologize for that. It was the first run here to do these live, and obviously there was a bit of a glitch with the audio. Usually there's a different process when I do these one-offs. But in this case, we did a bulk, and I guess we had an audio issue. But we got 5 out of the 8, 4 or 5 out of the 8 that worked out pretty good. So we got enough content here. If you guys want to do another interview, I'll try to fit you in next Friday. I'll set you an appointment before or after the other interviews that we have, and we'll get you fit in there so we can redo your interviews. Thanks, everyone, for watching. The video will be available in 380p, I think, and that's kind of a regular resolution, not a high definition by any means. And if you want to have the high definition version, you just follow the links in the emails I'm going to send you at the follow up. So, thanks, everyone, for watching. I'm Kirsten Gloss. Give me a call when you get a moment. 403-775-6969, extension 556. Talk to you soon. Bye for now.